I am a female in my mid-20s. In May 2009, I graduated high school. A close childhood friend invited my mum and I to her graduation party. Victoria, whom invited us, was one of my best friends throughout my childhood, and often her mother would watch us or my mum. Her mother was called Sharon. Once we got a little older, we were able to stay home alone, and often watched her brother that was a toddler at the time. Her and her brother have different fathers, and many times during our afternoons hanging out, when we were around 11 or 12 years old, Victoria's brother's father would come to pick him up or drop him off. Whenever he was there, I stayed in her room, because even at a young age he creeped me out. He wasn't very polite like my other friends' fathers would be. Even with me growing up without a father, I knew he was a little off. So fast forward to when Victoria and I were even older. She was 19 and I was 18. We did not hang out nearly as much due to us attending separate high schools and, of course, making different friends. However, our mums were just as close as they were when we were kids. So in May 2009, we were making our rounds, seeing as how a lot of graduations were being celebrated. Around 5 PM, my mum asks if I would like to go to V's party, and, as per a safe assumption, I agreed. So as earlier mentioned, with my mum and I attending different celebrations, I had one of my current besties with me, Amanda, who Victoria was familiar with, because we all attended the same middle school. Anyway, the three of us show up to the party, and there are many people laughing, eating and drinking, just generally having a good time, with good vibes. I must mention now that Sharon, Victoria's mum, is gorgeous inside and out. Long brown hair, beautiful eyes with a perfect smile. In addition to her head-turning looks, she was a peach to be around. Sharon was always the life of the party and made everybody laugh. If you knew her, you loved her. So in the midst of everything, of everyone enjoying their time, we were all instantly greeted by Victoria and her mum Sharon. Her mum was elated that her daughter graduated, and she recently started a relationship with a handsome new great guy. Her mum, I remember, was just exuding happiness. So again, my mum, my current bestie Amanda and I were all having a great time. Suddenly, Victoria announces that her brother and father are outside, and they want to come in and say hi. I immediately put my guard up. Since a young age, I've always had a heightened intuition, and will always listen to my inner voice if I'm uncomfortable. So the vibe slightly shifts as he walks in, because all of Sharon's friends, including my mum, know that he wants her back, and he's been trying to get her back for quite a while. He comes in, and ironically, plops into the first available chair, which is next to me, at the large dinner table. Just thinking back on this moment, my stomach churns. He asks me which college I planned to attend to, my goals, and the other typical questions you ask a high school graduate. I remember I answered him swiftly. Keep in mind, these were the questions I was constantly answering for the last couple of months. In a brief pause in our conversation, I asked my friend Amanda if she wanted to go to the little girl's room, so once Amanda and I have left, I exclaimed to her how uncomfortable I was talking to him. I specifically remember saying to her, "It's so weird he's talking to me, because when I was a kid, he didn't even acknowledge me." I asked Amanda if she was ready to leave, and she agreed. We exited the bathroom, and I made a beeline to my mother and told her I was ready to leave. From the moment I told her I was ready to go, I asked her consistently and persistently every 10 minutes to leave, that she was considering letting me take the car and wait for her and Sharon's mutual friend to arrive. At this point, I'm begging my mum to leave. Although I previously mentioned my intuition, I didn't really understand my own angst to depart at that very moment. Being an only child, I'm a nurtured brat, and my mum gave in. About 45 minutes after leaving, my mum receives a frantic phone call. One of the mutual friends of my mother and Sharon stated that Victoria's brother's dad had physically assaulted Sharon and her new boyfriend. Coincidentally, the mutual friend's husband is a cop, and was one of the officers at the scene. About 20 minutes after getting the initial update, my mum, my friend Amanda and I went to the mutual friend's house whose husband is a cop, and he periodically gave updates. It was stated that after they had him in custody, that he approached Sharon with a last-ditch effort to get her back. They are talking in the front yard of their home, and when she declined, he kicked her in the stomach. While she was crawling away trying to catch her breath, he walked to his car and pulled out 2 loaded handguns. He shot Sharon in the back twice. While shooting the last shot that ended her life, Sharon's new boyfriend came outside, and he was shot 6 times, including multiple gunshot wounds to the head. Multiple partygoers called the cops, and once they were on the scene, 8 more people were wounded. He then barricaded himself in the house, whilst threatening to shoot anyone who dare come inside, and himself. So one brave officer was wounded, as per how the gunman instructed would be. They eventually got him out of the house, after 10 hours of persuasion, and ultimately getting his mum on the line and her talking him out of further destruction. So now he is in prison for the rest of his life. But Victoria lost her mum Sharon, and not to mention her younger brother will forever have the visual of his father killing his mother. Victoria became her brother's legal guardian and has been raising him ever since. He is now in high school, and she also has a child of her own. They have of course had hard times since their mother's passing, but Victoria is positive and beautiful, just like her mother, and will always have good things come to her. In closing, this night changed her life forever, and who knows, if my mum would have stayed, definitely things would have been different. I don't know if it's a good or bad thing. I just know I'm blessed to have listened to my gut. It was last winter and I was walking home from work. I was passing through a small parking lot running alongside an office building, against the wall of a building. In a no parking spot, there was a car parked with the trunk wide open. Then I noticed this man, probably in his late 40s, standing behind the car, and he seemed to be deliberately scooping up as much snow as he could and throwing it into the side of his truck. He was doing it very quickly, as if he was afraid of being caught stealing snow or something. My walk took me a little closer to the man. He hadn't yet seen me walking along, when he stopped piling snow into the truck and started picking up snow off the ground and rubbing it violently against his legs. He was making an angry grunting noise as he did so, which confused me, and I figured that maybe he was trying to clean his pants somehow. I was relatively close at this point, maybe 20 feet or so, and can tell that his pants weren't even dirty. They were totally clean looking. That's when he paused. His body didn't move an inch other than his head, which abruptly turned towards me. The man stood there motionless, hunched over with snow in his hands, staring at me. It wasn't the sort of stare I would have expected. I thought he'd have looked embarrassed, but instead, he was staring at me if I had just defecated on his porch. He was completely still, like a statue, staring at me as if I'd done something horribly wrong. It wasn't even remotely friendly looking in any way, but the mere thought of what I had just interrupted left me feeling more giggly than intimidated, so I kept walking, trying my best not to look. But I could tell that he was watching me out of the corner of my eye, until I rounded the corner of a building. I don't know what a man was doing with the snow, but but I'm glad I wasn't closer to him when he saw me. I couldn't take it seriously though, because, come on, the man was throwing snow into his trunk and wiping it all over his pants. After I rounded the corner of the building, I couldn't hold it in and just started laughing out loud at the strange man I had just caught stealing snow. This happened to me last winter during the first snowstorms. I am a student in a small university town, and I was living off campus at the time with my roommate in a 2-apartment house. So a few weeks prior to the fall, my roommate and a friend had taken a questionable substance at our place, and I was babysitting them. In the course of their trip, one of them had pulled the door handle off the front door, since they were basically on another plane of existence. Door handles were tricky to figure out. Fast forward a few weeks, it was early winter, and our door had not been fixed. We had gotten into the habit of just leaving it unlocked, so you'd only have to push the door in order for it to swing open, as there was no handle and it was tricky to open from the outside when it was closed, as there was nothing to pull on. And it was tricky to open from the inside when it was closed, as there's nothing to pull on. Now, we were still able to deadbolt it at night, but being in the small town that we lived in, we usually left it unlocked during the day, even if neither of us were there. So one evening I had gone to bed around 11 PM, and I think my roommate probably headed to bed shortly after. Usually I was the one who locked the doors at night out of habit, but tonight I'd gone to bed a bit early and assumed my roommate would take care of it. Wasn't a big concern. I woke up at 8 AM next morning, and being a smoker, the first thing I did was step out and have a quick smoke before showering. We had a small porch outside the front door, so I threw on my coat and stepped out to light up. I was just flicking the lighter on when I noticed that there were some footsteps in the snow on the porch, where a light snow had fallen during the night. The tracks led from the end of our driveway, up the door, then over to the front of the living room window, to the left, and then back to the door. At this point I was freaking out, because the door had been unlocked all night, and you only needed to push to get in, and these tracks led straight there. My first thought was that perhaps our roommate got a visitor overnight, but I quickly dismissed the idea. I then panicked and went back inside, in case whoever this was had entered the house and was still in there. So I went back to examine the footprints closer. A closer look revealed that after they went up to the door, they turned a right off the porch, walking closely along the side of my house, where my bedroom window is. And it looked as though they had stopped there briefly before moving on. This is where it gets really weird. I continued following the tracks, trying to figure out what the hell this person was doing at our apartment in the middle of the night. They turned a sharp right, still hugging the side of our house, and along the wall where my roommate's bedroom window was, and carried on past the apartment in the building. At this point, there's a small paved road gap between our building and the next 3 on the street. It's like a slightly larger alleyway-sized space. I'd like to point out, as these tracks crossed our neighbour's lawn, it seems they couldn't decide to keep going to the next house, or go back to the sidewalk, as they weaved back and forth. These tracks led across the gap, and up to the corner of their next house, and stopped directly in front of a gutter drain pipe down the side. The footsteps shuffled here on the spot, or stood in the front of the gutter for a while, and then continued around the corner to the front of the next apartment, across their lawn, and quickly turned down the side of their building. This was an even smaller path, which led to a wooden door along the back garden, which was completely fenced in. These footprints paced up and down the side of the house what looked like many times, before apparently going into their closed-off backyard. This apartment happened to be abandoned at the time, with a big rent sign on the window, so as far as we knew no one lived there. Having gotten as far as I could, I went to see where the hell these tracks had come from. They had come from a long dirt path directly to our place. This is a dirt path that you only went along if you're going somewhere in our small suburb. To walk down there, directly to our place, you must know where you're going, as it's quite out the way. I was pretty freaked out, as I didn't know if they had entered our apartment at night, and judging from their path, they seemed disturbed. I told my roommate when he got up, but he didn't seem too freaked out about it, and suggested it was a meter reader. I had thought maybe too, except our electrical box is on the complete other side of the house, and there were no tracks there. I still have no idea what this guy was up to, but it still creeps me out to this day. Mostly because I've been racking my brain trying to figure out what was going on, as I was the only one who seemed concerned about the possible creeper in the house. Needless to say, I always made sure to lock the door after that. This encounter is real, and happened to me 6 years ago when I was 16. I'm female, and I live in New England, where the winters are very snowy with long, cold, dark nights and short days. One such night in February, I was alone in my parents' house, which is in a safe, quiet suburban neighborhood, where the houses are still within about 100 feet of each other. My parents had divorced years before, and were still on good terms, so when my mum decided to sell the childhood home, my dad bought it so that I could still continue living there. While in the process of moving, neither of my parents stayed in the house for a couple of nights, and only my room upstairs had furniture. The rest of the house was mostly empty boxes scattered around, and the internet had not yet been switched over, so I often sat on the far end of the living room and mooched off our neighbour's Wi-Fi. It was fun not having my parents there for a couple of nights, so I stayed up late with my new laptop and surfed the web into the early hours of the morning. During my second night of being alone, it snowed late into the evening, and I sat in the dark living room on a folded chair with only my laptop screen for light, with snow falling quietly outside. Their neighbourhood was silent as cars don't usually drive past 10 at night, and neighbours stay inside to keep warm. At 2:30 AM, I decided to head to bed and was wrapping up my internet activities for the night, when I heard 3 very slow, quiet knocks on the front door just a few feet away. I immediately closed my laptop, knowing that the bright screen made me visible to the person outside since the windows weren't covered. I got off my chair and walked very quietly over to the door, and knelt down below the window to listen outside, frozen with fear. I waited for what seemed like a full 2 minutes, when I heard 3 more identical knocks. They were very slow, and would be too quiet to wake anyone who had been sleeping. I gathered the courage to look outside the window, and I saw a dark figure standing very close to the front door, dressed all in black with winter coat and pants. A hood pulled over his head obscured his hair and face, and he stood with his arms to the side. I contemplated calling the police, but ultimately decided to continue waiting. I moved back behind the door away from the window, and after 2 more minutes had passed, I could see the man walking down the walkway. Suddenly he stopped, turned around, and looked directly at the window through which I was watching him. About 15 seconds passed as we stared at each other, but I couldn't see his face under the darkness of his hood. Finally, he turned around and walked down the driveway and down the street. He didn't stop at any other houses, just continued down the street in the falling snow, and I watched him for about 10 minutes until he faded into the darkness. I still live in that house, and occasionally have nightmares in which this scene replays itself. Except in the dreams, I open the door for him. A few years ago, when I still lived in upstate New York, something really freaky happened to me. If you've ever been to upstate New York during the winters, you'll know that it can snow a lot. I usually spent snowy nights watching TV. I lived about a mile or so from any other house, and my roommate was out. I'll be honest, being alone made me feel uncomfortable. I've always had an overactive imagination, A small noise and I can freak out. Like I was saying, my roommate was out and it was snowing heavily. It was probably like 9 or 10 at night and I was watching TV as normal. When all of a sudden, I heard a crunch outside, like someone stepping on ice. I immediately tensed up and my mind raced to every possibility. It wasn't my roommate since I didn't hear a car. I listened in horror, as I could hear the crunching getting louder. I ran into my room and locked the door. I got out my shotgun and grabbed my phone ready to call 911. Just in case. I know I might have been overreacting. But remember this night in heavy snow miles away from any other house? Who could possibly be outside? The footsteps just stopped at some point, and I eventually fell asleep and woke up when my roommate was back. I went outside to see if I could find any evidence of who was outside, and what I find still haunts me. I saw footprints in the snow coming out of the woods and circling around my house. The footprints were filled in for the most part, so it was hard to figure out where they were going. The scariest part of all of this is that the footprints stopped outside my bedroom window. The other footprints were filled in, but these were fresh, as if someone had been standing there all night, since the snow stopped early in the morning. To this day it still scares me. I don't know what kind of person would be out in the woods. The fact that whilst I was in my room, they were standing just outside my window still freaks me out, and I moved out a few months later. Over a decade ago, I went to the Amazon jungle, to a family of shamans who had lived on their ancestral ground going back 1,000 years if not more. All firstborn males in the family followed the path of the ayahuaceros and healers for their community. So I arrive, and since I'm not from the jungle, I am told that we must do a ceremony so the spirits of the jungle would welcome me safely. The ceremony consisted of lots of singing around a fire that was encircled by beautiful flowers and leaves that we had collected and arranged earlier. A cutting of the capi plant was present for this and held a special center location in the biomandala we had created. The people I stayed with viewed the capi plant as representative of Mother Earth and thus viewed it with reverence. After what felt like hours, the man told me the ceremony was complete and led me to my room located in a separate detached structure on the second floor. There were some windows in the room, and after a short while decided to go to sleep. I was awoken in the middle of the night by a cacophony of sounds. I was hearing various distinct animal sounds. Birds, roars, guttural bellows, screams, sounds that I had never heard before in my life. The thing about it is that the sounds were all so different. They were definitely not all the same species. They all had such vastly different sounds coming from many different locations. I was freaked out, but stayed silent and tried not to move. If I had to estimate, it really felt like over 15 different types of sounds being produced. Then the banging started. It felt like dozens of animals were smashing their bodies into the structure. All around me, there was substantial weight being thrown into the outside walls, whilst the animal cries were going off. I was terrified because the windows were open, but maintained still. I couldn't even move due to the fear of what was just slamming into the walls. So I prayed and prayed for protection, and somehow fell asleep. And I awoke later in the night to a large cockroach crawling on me. The next morning I wake up safe, and no evidence outside of anything having occurred hours ago. I ran into the healer that day, and he asked me how I slept. Not so well, I replied, and explained last night's occurrence. He laughed, and said it was just the jungle welcoming me. I stayed there for around 20 days, and it only happened to me on that first day and never again. I almost have a semi-existential crisis every time I dwell upon this. I lived in a handful of different apartment communities with my mother for the majority of my teenage years. Some better than others, and incidentally this occurred in the best of all of them. I was 16 at the time, and there were a group of girls around 10 years old that liked to hang out and play volleyball together a lot. They hated me, because I used to go around with another kid and throw water balloons at them whilst they were playing. In hindsight, this was pretty creepy in itself, but at the time, it was hilarious. Well, I'd probably be the last person they would ever visit, but one day whilst I was playing GTA in the middle of summer, they came knocking at my door. I was going to make a smart-ass comment, but they looked pretty distressed, so I asked them what was wrong. They told me that there was a weird guy driving around near where they were hanging out, and wanted me to come by. I was the oldest kid in the complex, so it made sense that they would come for me. We went and got my buddy who was 14 at the time, and we went over there. Well, they were right. We got over there and there was this guy in an old truck, still there, watching us approach. I was pretty fearless, so I flipped him off and started throwing a football with my friend. The girls went back to playing volleyball, and this is where things get absolutely crazy. After around 10 minutes, the guy gets out and starts walking towards all of us. We decide to get the hell out of there, so we run back towards my place. He follows. I tell everyone to book it, and he starts running behind us. At this point I decide I'm gonna go get my mother's gun and scare this guy away. So he beat him back to my apartment and locked the door. I get the gun, unloaded, and go back outside to find that he's there waiting for us with a nasty look on his face. I look him dead in the eye and tell him to get the hell out of here and point the gun right at him. But he smiles, reaches into his belt and raises his own gun right back at me. It's at this point that I completely shit myself. I know I can't fire. I went completely numb just standing there, gun raised for what felt like years, when in hindsight it was probably no more than 15 seconds. Neither of us said a word. After that eternity, he finally lowered his gun and walked away. We called the cops after and omitted the part about my gun, but they never found the guy. I have not pulled the gun on anyone after that. I was the neighborhood badass forever after the encounter though, but absolutely did not want the designation. I didn't sleep for weeks. I can still clearly see the barrel of that dude's gun staring me down. I felt like the smallest dude in the world for those 15 seconds. When I was 17, I moved out of my parents' house and began working as a carny. This required me to use my pickup to tow things around the country. One night, I was heading back to South Carolina and had stopped in Kentucky at a truck stop to use the restroom and to get a snack. It was around about 1 AM. I parked on the side of the building, went inside, and I always got super sketched out stopping at night, just because I was a 17-year-old girl. As I was walking out, I heard, "Hey baby, damn, where you going?" He kept saying things like that until I was out of view. It was a tall, skinny dude walking out of the store behind me. I hustled to my truck and locked myself in. Now that should have been enough to get me out of there immediately, but being tired, I decided to sift through my phone before heading out again. 10 minutes passed after the catcalls, and I see the same man emerge from a dumpster near where the semis park. A car pulled up next to the dumpster just as he walked out, and what I saw next made my head spin. I couldn't believe what I had just witnessed. The back door of the car opened, and a little girl, maybe around 12 years old, got out. They were obviously not related, and she was panicking. He grabbed her by the hand, walked back behind the dumpster, and towards the semis. Then the car took off. I was shaking so badly, but I managed to find out where I was, and I called the sheriff. He met me after 10 minutes, and I told him exactly what I'd seen. However, he didn't seem too surprised. He said they'd look over the surveillance tapes, and I made sure to include how exactly he catcalled me, so that they could know exactly which guy I was talking about. I left, and have no idea whatever came of it. The guy was probably long gone with the girl before the sheriff met me, but maybe, just maybe, I saved her from a life of being a sex slave. So child molester trucker, let's never, ever meet again. I am a Christian. I am a member in our church choir, and I was around 10 or 11 when this happened. In our church every Sunday morning, we have breakfast in the church quarters. It has a beautiful ocean view. The dining hall is on the front, and on the left-hand side are the priest rooms and rooms for the other church people. Our meals were always prepared by this one cook. He was a great guy, or at least that's what I thought back then. His name was Al, and back then he was in his late 30s or early 40s. The thing with Al was that everyone thought he was gay, or at least he pretended to be gay. The way he spoke, the way his mannerisms were, they all indicated that he was quite feminine, so no one suspected him in any way. One day, there was a fiesta in our neighborhood, so people were everywhere. I enjoyed biking around the area, and today was one of the days where I found myself doing just that, and I was wandering around the backside of the church, and there he was. I was sitting in a chair watching me. He called me to come inside the church quarters. He was all alone, and it didn't ring any alarm bells in my head because we never had any stranger danger classes here, and because I just thought he was a nice guy. Not to mention that nothing bad has ever happened here. He invited me in, and I was led to his room. I don't remember how or why I was inside, as this was 10 years ago, but what he did next is something I will never forget. He locked the door. I was scared, and his happy tone then changed to a quite sinister one. He walked towards me slowly, like a predator making its way towards its prey. He laid me in bed and touched my 10-year-old thigh up and down. I was starting to cry now, and I told him that I just wanted to go home as I didn't understand why he was touching me in this way. He asked me how much it would take to kiss me. Silent tears streamed down my face, and silent pleas to let me out. He did. He opened the door and we left. He sat me on the top of his lap for about 30 minutes, just nuzzling my ears, on that chair for his entertainment. And then he let me go. Needless to say, I never went back to church. I really regret never telling my parents about it. I can't believe how stupid I was back then. A few years later, I was informed that he died in his sleep. At least he will never harm another girl's life again. When I was little, I was always really paranoid. Even the smallest thing would startle me. One day, I went back from school because I had detention with my best friend Peter. We were always troublemakers, but this time, we had to stay late because we misbehaved in detention, and we had to stay an additional 2 hours longer. We begged the teacher giving us the detention to let us go early because we had to walk home, but the teacher wouldn't budge, and was a fitting punishment for us not behaving. It was a 3-mile walk back home, and it was already sunset. Being the paranoid kid I was terrified walking back this late. But I knew we had to walk fast because if we didn't, my mum would be back from her job and would know that I had been in detention, so we kept a swift pace and started walking to the road home. The normal way to get to school is right alongside the road, with tons of cars and people always driving or jogging by. But there was also a shortcut that led right through a pretty rundown neighbourhood and went through a very smallly wooded area. I hated going that way, but it would shave off about a mile of walking time, so I knew I really didn't have a choice. By the time we'd reached and run down the neighbourhood, it was starting to get dark, and we were both getting worried. But we kept walking. We were almost to the wooded area when Peter pointed out that a man had been following us, and saw a middle-aged man in a stained t-shirt, ripped jeans and covered in tattoos, walking a few yards behind us. Peter told me that we should walk faster, and we did. We didn't look back until we were halfway through the wooded area, and when we did, he was gone. It was now getting really dark, and we were having to use the lights that went along the walkway to see. He walked a few more minutes, and that's when we heard Peter scream. The man had grabbed him by his backpack and began to pull him away. I don't know what to do, so I began screaming for help, hoping that people nearby would hear me. But I knew I had to help Peter. I took out a metal water bottle from my backpack and began hitting the man in the head as hard as I could. He eventually dropped Peter and struck me. It knocked me to the ground and I could taste blood in my mouth. The man then grabbed my water bottle and began to strike me with it continually, over and over again whilst on the ground. Peter began screaming for help, and several dogs started barking from nearby houses. I guess one of the dog owners came to see what was happening. When he did, Peter signaled for help, and the man let his dog loose and began to run after us for help. The man hitting me didn't even notice. He was incredibly angry and kept hitting me in the face with the water bottle. I tried to cover my face to turn away, but he then screamed to just hit me in the head. I remember crawling up into a ball, and then the dog bit the man in the leg. He screamed and I saw blood drip from the wound. Shortly after, the neighbour came around calling, and the man following us ran off. Peter and I were both fine, other than being scared shitless and having a bloody face, broken nose and a big headache. But the police never caught the man, and that's what scares me to this day. After this happened, the teacher that gave us detention was fired for not telling our parents to pick us up, and my mum got a different job so that she could always bring Peter and I back home. I was at a friend's house spending the night when I was in middle school. As expected, we'd stay up all hours, which didn't matter most of the time, except the bathroom was right near his parents' room. About the only time we'd get into trouble would be when someone would wake them up when nature called. To avoid this, we'd go out to the basement door and just pee in the neighbouring woods. The door stayed unlocked most of the time because we'd managed to lock ourselves out more than once. This was also compounded by the fact that we'd all wander out and find something to do in the woods on a regular basis. This night, his older brother was home and kept barging in on the basement door and raining chaos from above. So we decided to lock the door just to deter him. Not that it really would have been a big deal keeping him out, but at least he'd have had to use the other door and key, and took the barging fun out of it for him. Around midnight we hear the handle jiggle, and don't think much of it, figuring it was just his brother. After about 5 minutes of on and off hand fondling, we finally hit the door and yelled for him to stop. There was silence on the other side. There was no response, but around 10 minutes later, it started again, and the process repeated. This went on for about 2 hours until finally, after telling him to just stop, we said screw it and ignored it. So fast forward to around 9 AM. We were stirring and one of my mates had to go to the bathroom. If you've ever had a sleepover like that, there are bodies strewn all over the place, And once the first person starts to walk around, it kind of stirs the nest. We all started stretching and making our ways to relieve ourselves of all the soda that we'd binged the night before. As we go walk outside, I grabbed the door handle and closed it behind me, and noticed it felt rough. After looking at the space around the keyhole, I saw it was all but destroyed. There were giant scratch marks on every surface, and the metal guides were bent and skewed. I asked my friend that lived there what had happened, and he said that it's the first he'd ever seen of it. Not really wanting to be blamed for something that his brother did, we went upstairs and told his parents about the night before. After his dad went downstairs to see what we were talking about, he went completely white and ran upstairs to call the cops. Evidently, someone had been trying to force the lock open whilst we were all inside. That actually happened to me more often than once on different occasions. But what completely freaked me out about this is that this person knew that we were in there, but that didn't deter him, and he kept trying to get in even more. I don't know what kind of person that would be. Number 5. From May 2010 to May 2011, I worked as a security guard at a hydroelectric dam in Virginia. It was a fairly isolated location. If you needed an ambulance, you could expect at least a 20-minute wait. About a month after I was hired, one of the guys at the dam told me that most security guards out there will quit after a few days because they got so creeped out by being alone in the dam all night, and he was glad that I was sticking to it. In truth, it could be very creepy. Sometimes at night whilst I was patrolling the basement levels of the dam itself, I would think about the fact that I was 50 feet below the waterline on the low side, and the only human being in about a 1.5 mile radius. Sometimes, I'd hear weird noises in the woods, or catch a flash of a shadow whilst I was in the dam. It does take a lot to scare me though, and I knew that I was either hearing critters in the woods, or my mind was playing tricks on me. One night, however, something happened that scared the living hell out of me. It was a little past 11 p.m, and I was sitting in the guardhouse reading a book. Suddenly, I hear a tap at the door. What's creepy about the guardhouse at night though, is that you have a little lamp inside turned on. People could look through the window and see you quite clearly, but due to the glare off the glass, it made it difficult for you to see outside. When I heard the tap at the door, I thought it was a bug hitting the glass. It was so faint, and I knew that there weren't any contractors at the dam. I had the place to myself. The tap came once again, more insistent this time. I grabbed my flashlight and opened the door. There was no one there. I let the door slip from my hand and shut behind me. To my left, previously concealed by the door as I had opened it, was a huge man, at least 400 pounds, wearing a grey sweatshirt and grey sweatpants, and the sweatshirt was smeared with fresh blood. My heart started hammering, and my blood ran cold. I was so scared I could barely speak. As it turns out though, he was a local fisherman who had been fishing off the bridges over the trail race, and he was wondering why the power company hadn't started back pumping into the lake yet, because they usually started a little before 11, and that's when he always drew in the big striped bass. He was smeared with blood because he'd already caught and gutted a couple, and wiped his hands on his shirt. He felt really bad when he realised that he'd approached me basically in the same way that a murderer in a horror movie would have. I am thankful to this day that I am an unarmed security guard, because if I'd have had a gun, I would have either shot him or accidentally shot myself whilst trying to shoot him. Number 4. I worked as a night auditor at this semi-swanky hotel next to the airport. One night, I get a call from a lady in 204. She says that she was hearing arguing, loud banging, and crying coming out of 206. I checked the computer, and no one is checked into that room due to maintenance issues. I'm a little bit confused, so I called my supervisor to see what she would have me do, and she tells me to call on-site security and follow them up with a key. As we're approaching on the elevator, we can hear the crying. It's loud. My heart begins racing as we're near the door. So I hand the key to the security guard, and the next 5 minutes seem to happen in slow motion. He opened the door and immediately flicks on the light. Keep in mind, we're only on the 2nd floor, and the only door was by me. And it was about 3 a.m. and there was no one around. As we enter, the shower is on, and steam is coming out from under the door. There is only one lamp on in the room, and it is very cold. There is a lady in a red lacy bra and panties, super red curly hair, curled up on the bed crying. She was facing away from us. As Frank approached her, he asked her if everything was okay. She sort of stopped crying and rolled over. When she did, a wave of horror came over me. She was very pale and covered in blood, and was just staring behind us. That's when we realized that the shower had stopped and that the toilet door was open. There was a man about 6'5" standing in the doorway. We turned around just in time to see the cops tase him and arrested him. I was so grateful that my supervisor called the cops as well. It turned out that he was a rapist who hides in hotel rooms, kidnaps women who stay there, and decides to cut them open. The woman was okay, but to this day, I will never go to a hotel again. I haven't thought about this story in years, but I want to share it now. I was around 10 or 11 at the time. I was in the church softball league, and we had a game this day. I was about 3 people away from being up at bat, so I was standing outside a bit down the third baseline, taking some practice swings. This older guy comes up to me, and he starts chatting, asking about the game, and what league we were, pretty mundane stuff. He goes on to tell me that he was looking for some help. He said he'd accidentally locked his keys in his truck, and he was worried because his dog was in there and it was a hot day. His truck, however, had one of those small windows at the back of the cab that was too small to fit through, but it would be no problem for a child, and maybe I could do him a huge favour and help him out really quick. Now I know what you're thinking. How could you not realise this was really sketchy? Or didn't your parents ever tell you not to talk to strangers? Well, yes, they did. But I was 11 and in broad daylight, surrounded by the people I knew. It just didn't really ring any alarm bells. It haunts me to this day how close I was to saying yes. The only thing that saved me was the fact that the person at bat got a hit, putting me within 2 batters, aka in the hole. I told the man that I was almost up to bat, but I'm sure that he'd find someone to help him. After the game, I nonchalantly mentioned it to my parents. They get very serious and begin asking me all kinds of questions. What did he look like? What was he wearing? Which direction did he come from? Etc. My dad picked up his phone and made a call. I was of course scolded, but the gravity of it never hit home. I'm 26 now, but a few years ago that incident came up. Turns out my parents kept an eye out in the news, and lo and behold, a guy matching the description I gave was arrested in the same area for attempted kidnapping not too long after. This happened to my sister about 15 years ago, when she was in high school and I was in middle school. Our mother worked as a house cleaner and always became good friends for everyone whose home she cleaned. One of the homes was owned by an older couple that had no kids, but a huge house and a really nice pool that they always invited me and my siblings to go swimming in. The husband worked as the COO of a large airline company, and they lived in a really nice neighborhood on the largest lot with a forest of trees. When you were in their backyard, you couldn't see any other houses at all, just trees. It felt really secluded, almost spa-like, with a waterfall and a short iron fence, so you had a good view of the forest. Their house was really angular and architecturally interesting, with multiple levels made from walls of stone, even on the inside. Pretty much every room had a huge floor and ceiling window that looked out over the backyard and gave great views during the day. At night, however, the reflection from the inside light prevented you from seeing out, so it was always a little unnerving to walk by them, since you couldn't see what was outside. The couple also decorated with old Native American art and masks, which was a little creepy to a middle schooler, but the couple wasn't creepy, so I never got too scared. They had an older golden retriever dog named Samson that lived up to his name. He was massive, but had a sweet and gentle temper. They also recently rescued a husky mix named Sadie, who was quite the opposite. Psycho Sadie, as we lovingly called her, had an intense separation and stranger anxiety. She would destroy their house when they left her inside, jump the short fence if they left her outside, and if they took her with them to run errands, she would destroy the car and howl non-stop until they returned. So since they were wealthy and had the extra money, they would pay for me and my sister to go over and dog sit, whilst they went out. We got paid $20 an hour, and we would always be excited to go over there to watch cable and swim in their awesome pool. Normally everything would be fine, and both dogs would just lay around, but occasionally Sadie would realize I was a stranger and would go nuts and begin barking at me. One time, she backed me into a corner and would not stop barking until I watched her eyes literally turn red. I was convinced she was going to attack me, but she eventually calmed down after I got up on a couch and showed her how big I was, but I digress. This particular incident happened over Easter weekend, whilst the homeowners were out of town for 2 days. They were paying my sister to stay out there over the weekend, and I stayed with her the first night because it was a big house and kind of scary to stay there all alone, so we stayed up late watching chick flicks and eating junk. The next day, we swam in the pool and hung out, but for some reason I didn't spend the night again, and I'm so glad I didn't, because what happened scarred my sister for life. It all started when my sister was working out on their treadmill. Their workout room was on the bottom floor of their home, which was a walk-out basement. Just outside the room was a huge sliding glass door that opened their patio and pool. She had the TV on in their workout room, watching the 10 Commandments that is always on the night before Easter. As she was running, she thought she heard the house alarm beep, like it did whenever a door was opened. She stopped the treadmill and went to look around and saw that the sliding glass door was now open. Now this door is huge, and there's no way that it could have opened by itself, so she was instantly freaked. However, the dogs were just laying there in the workout room, and she figured that they would have gotten up to investigate if someone had come inside, since they have those kind of instincts. So she made the excuse that she accidentally left the door open, and she must have imagined the beep of the alarm, and it could have been the TV or the treadmill. She closed and locked the door and went back to working out, but a couple of minutes later, she had the distinct feeling that somebody was watching her. So she looked around but didn't see anyone. She finished her workout but couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. So she decided to just go to bed because she was a little creeped out, and she just wanted to forget about it. She went around and made sure all the doors were locked. The owners didn't give her the alarm codes, so she couldn't set it. She took a shower and locked herself in the guest room with both dogs, just in case, and eventually fell asleep. A couple of hours later, she awoke to both dogs growling at the door of the room. Now, it was fairly normal for Psycho Sadie to growl and bark for no reason, but Samson had never barked or shown any signs of aggressiveness. So immediately my sister knew something was up. She was shaking and trying to convince herself that the dogs had just heard an animal, and that it was nothing. But then she heard that dreadful door alarm beep. She called my dad, in a panic, crying and screaming, and he told her to hang up and call the police. While he was on his way, she called the cops, and my dad made the 15-minute drive in under 5. When she opened the bedroom door to let my dad in the house, the dogs took off running and barking through the house and downstairs to the basement. My sister ran screaming all the way through the house to the front door and let my dad in, and he took a quick look around the upstairs levels with his gun, but didn't see anything unusual. The police arrived a few minutes later and looked around and found that the back gate was open, as well as the sliding glass door again, but not enough to let the dogs out, just barely, like it had been slammed shut and bounced back open a little bit. They said it did look like someone had entered the home through the sliding glass door because the lock had been tampered with, but they determined that whoever it was hadn't stolen or disturbed anything. When my dad asked why someone would break in and not do anything, especially with dogs locked up, they said that they had been notified by the homeowners earlier that month that the husband had received a death threat because of some decisions that he made at his job that put a lot of people out of work. They had gone to the police about it, but didn't bother to tell my sister to keep an eye out for anything suspicious. Thanks a lot for the heads up. Needless to say, we never dog sat for them again, and they moved out of state within a few months because he lost his job and he deserved it. This guy I know was alerted that a couple of houses were being broken into in his area, and he decided to buy a gun in case things were to escalate. He recently had a daughter and wanted to ensure his safety and theirs. A couple of weeks go by, and he's getting Chinese food on a Friday night, and as soon as he leaves, he sees this car tailing him. He decides it's nothing. Florida drivers are terrible, and keeps it moving. After multiple turns, he notices that the car was following him. Eventually, this escalates to the car honking and flashing their lights, and at this point he is speeding, freaking out and worried. He gets to the house safely and runs inside with his baby and wife. He tells them to hide in the bathroom as he gets the gun out from under the bed. As he's locked the front door, he hears someone walking on the lawn slowly. The person knocks on the door, so he screams, "I have a gun and I've called the police, get off my property!" A couple of moments go by, and he hears this frightened voice say, "Sir, you forgot your fried rice." A few years ago, my husband worked night shift. He typically got home around 6 AM, and he worked a 45-minute drive away. One night, I decided to let my 2 kids watch a movie in my bed on the laptop. It was already fairly late, around 10 p.m, so I figured they'd fall asleep and that they could just stay in my bed that night. I locked up the whole house and everyone got ready for bed, and we started the movie. About 40 minutes into it, I heard someone walk through the dining room. My room is directly off the dining room, and it has hardwood flooring, so it's pretty easy to hear the footsteps. I leave the dining room light on for my husband, so I had my door closed almost all the way save for an inch to block the light. I figured he'd come home early and continued watching the movie. After 5 minutes of hearing someone walk back and forth across the dining room and didn't come in, I decided to find out what was up. I paused the movie, told the kids to stay put, and opened the door. The footsteps immediately stopped and no one was there. I looked all over the house, checked every window, closet, and outside. Everything was still locked, and nothing was out of place. Then I heard a meow, and laughed at myself for freaking out over the cat, until I walked into the kitchen to feed him, and he was sitting outside on the back porch, and the door is locked. Then my husband called from work, 45 minutes away, because a neighbor had their house broken into a couple of streets over earlier that day. I lost it and started crying. I was terrified. My mother once told me this. In the early 90s, she worked second shift at a plant. The shift ended at midnight, and quite a few of them would go hang out at the local Waffle House afterwards. This particular night, she had hung around the diner until about 2 a.m, and she decided to swing by the post office and check her mail before heading home. We live in a then rural southern town in the US, and there is less than zero traffic at that time of night, and the post office is fairly secluded. She pulls into the parking lot, and under the streetlight could make out a very old car. Someone is sitting in the car, but this is a small town in America, so she doesn't think anything of it. She retrieves her mail and walks outside sorting it through. Just as she's about to get into her car, she hears a voice, deceptively weak. It was quiet but carried far. "Excuse me, dearie. Could you help an old lady?" She hesitated. It was a small rural town where nothing ever happened. But something about the situation just didn't feel right. She could see a person in the car, a tall, thin person, wearing an old 40s era dress that hung loose on the frame, a pillbox hat, complete with a veil that hid the face, which was further obscured in shadows. The hands were covered in gloves. Her brain said that this was a frail old woman, but her gut instinct said that something was wrong. The figure held up its hand curled into claws and gestured towards the dash. "I have arthritis," the falsetto weak voice said, "and my mail has fallen into the crack." My mother could see the envelopes, that they sat where the windshield met the dash. To reach them, she would have to lean far into the car. A small dog yapped as the woman carried on in her falsetto voice. "I just can't seem to reach it." She swayed for a moment before spinning and booking it to the car. The car window had been rolled down, so even after slamming the door, she clearly heard the falsetto voice. As it rose into angry baritone, "Where are you going, you goddamn whoring bitch?" She spun out of that parking lot faster than she'd ever driven and peeled rubber for the local sheriff's department. She claims headlights followed her until she made the final turn into the sheriff's parking lot. She gave her statement, and over the years she's heard that several people have seen this man dressed as an older woman, usually seen and avoided, but no one else has ever interacted with him and reported it. Perhaps none of those survived. This summer started off with a trip to a very prestigious university for what is basically nerd camp. Most people were actually very lovely, except for a handful of rather strange, sex-starved, or just plain socially awkward individuals who made comments that would send chills down almost anyone's spine. For example, one boy made a comment about how we really shouldn't have any qualms about secretly injecting people's water supply with numerous biological chemicals as a means of testing what is suitable for biological warfare. Another brought a roll of what looked like 10,000 condoms and eagerly showed my roommate and I in a coffee shop with the biggest grin on his face. One of my 3 roommates also had a particular habit of waking up in the wee hours of the morning, getting dressed, hopping back to bed, and then darting out the door without even a hello as soon as any of us had woken up. The only real physical issues I had were at the final dance when us biochemical kids were introduced to the engineers. I hate to bag on them, since most of my brother's friends, including his wife, are engineers, but these kids were ridiculously creepy. I was followed the whole night by one kid who kept trying to teach me how to feel the beat in my veins, and had my wrists grabbed by other kids I met on the first day. This isn't even the worst of it. I have yet to introduce Brett. Brett was what my roommates and I described as the dictionary definition of a tall douchebag upon first impressions. He stuck out like a sore thumb amongst a sea of acne-ridden teens with oversized glasses and pants that were too big for their belts. He came from money, unlike most of us, and liked to let everyone know how superior he was to everyone. He sat alone on all the bus rides, and until my roommate and I finally approached him, he only mingled with his fellow Pennsylvanians. He liked to brag about how long it would take him to get ready, and he probably spent more time on his hair than any girl he knew. He was ridiculously good looking, and he knew it. On one particular bus ride, the 2 of us managed to be stuck together when we got on late. His response was rude. "Man, I don't know if I can do this." I read silently next to him as he scrolled through his Instagram pics. Glancing over, I saw him with another girl in formal attire, most likely for a dance. I saw this as an opportunity to initiate small talk and asked if he had a girlfriend. "Nah, none of those are really my dates." He showed me his Facebook pictures of him with other girls in other fancy outfits. There were close to a dozen, and to be honest, I hated all of these girls. He then showed me some pictures of him at concerts, parties, and other random places, all with a different girl by his side. "They're so dumb," he continued. "I know they're like me, but I just hate them all. I usually take them out when I'm bored and we get hammered and hook up, but that's it. I could never date any of them. Hell, I can't even hook up when I'm sober." I was past the point of being slightly uncomfortable. The way he spoke about these girls was beyond messed up. He described several hooking ups in very intricate details and referred to the girls as though they were pieces of meat. Then the real crazy talk began. "I like to take these girls out to parties and get them super drunk. I take care of them at first, help them to their bathroom, hold their hair back when they throw up. Then I like to pull them back and shove them in their vomit, kick their face in, spit on them, and tell them to go kill themselves. These girls, you know, they're so dumb." If I hadn't been so shocked by the words he just said, I probably would have said something like, "What's wrong with you, you disgusting piece of shit?" But all I could respond with was a stare equally as emotionless as his. I think he found that intriguing, maybe a little comforting, maybe a little attractive, because the rest of his trip was spent in my presence. He would often talk to me about how I was different, how I wasn't like other girls, how I didn't give a shit just like him. He would tell me his stories about belittling and dehumanizing women, as though I admired them. To be honest, I didn't say much because I didn't even know how to respond. He was a maniac, and he really got off on treating girls like shit. We had the strangest level of friendship because I was so disgusted with him, and at the same time he was an attractive person. He was extremely charismatic and had a great sense of humor, and was extremely intelligent. But there was something off about him, and it was only because of what he had disclosed with me that I felt I was able to pick up on it. His eyes, piercing blue, were so empty and cold. When talking about personal topics or tragic events, he never missed a beat, with a sympathetic reply, but it was so disingenuous. I discussed the topic with my roommates, and we came to the conclusion that Brett was a sociopath, a narcissistic sadist, or some other type of psychopath, and with no matter how attractive, we should all stay away. After the camp ended, I never thought I would see him again, and he would simply be a creepy story to tell my friends. However, that was not the case. My final trip of the summer, you better believe it, was to accompany my best friend Pamela on her annual trip to visit her dad in Pennsylvania. Somewhere in those wooded forests lurked a monster by the name of Brett. I had no intention of meeting up with him, but I did plan on meeting up with one of his friends, Drew. We had hit it off during camp, sharing many of the same interests and hobbies. He told me that before we left, if I were ever in Pennsylvania or DC, I should let him know, and he would be more than happy to meet up. Although he and Brett hung out at camp, I knew that they weren't friends back home. They were far too different. Drew was a freckly, paper-white ginger who was about 5'10", and about 135 pounds at most. He played video games and hiked for fun. Not to mention Brett specifically told me that he hated Drew. Apparently, Brett believed Drew was trying way too hard to be like him, and this was most definitely untrue. So Drew, Pamela and I go hiking around his town. I don't ask about Brett when Drew mentions him, but my best friend is dying to meet him after everything I told her. Drew says he can invite us to a party, and then we can all catch up. We ended up going, since apparently Pamela thought spending the night making venison jerky wasn't a preferable alternative to meeting up with a crazed individual. The party ends up being something out of a nightmare. Raging college kids and a shit ton of drugs. All the stuff that would make me want to hide in a corner. Pamela was having a blast, and so far I imagined to avoid consuming any of the drinks Brett was shoving in my hand. He was staying way too close to me the whole night, trying to pull me onto him when we sat on couches, grazing my ass whenever I stood near him, and at one point he pressed against the wall and forcibly kissed my neck, before his not date came around and got very pissy with the both of us. I hid from him for the rest of the night. Eventually, the party began breaking up, because someone got wind that the cops were coming. Drew was rushing me to the car, but I couldn't find Pamela anywhere. I looked in the bathroom, and found Pamela flipping her shit and dragging me to the tub. There in the tub was Brett State. She was surrounded by vomit, and her face and lips were palish blue. The both of us began freaking out because she wasn't breathing. I called Drew, and he raced into the house, and the three of us dragged her out the front and called an ambulance. Drew was pretty stoned, but told us to wait in the car, and he would explain everything to the cops since he didn't want to get us in trouble. The cops came and questioned everyone at the scene. The girl was taken away, and Pamela ended up having to call her dad to pick us up. The next day I called Drew, and he told me the girl was alright. She had also spoken to Brett, who seemed completely unfazed by everything. Apparently, she passed out whilst they were fooling around in the basement, so he took the liberty of dumping her in the bathtub where he knew someone would find her, since she was his friend. Then he split, because he didn't want to get into any trouble for drinking underage. I know the world is a pretty messed up place, and people can be downright evil, but to witness this firsthand is rather nauseating. Brett is only 18, and it terrifies me to think about what he's capable of. Imagine in a few years. So I truly hope I never have to look into your soulless eyes again. Please, let's not meet. I live in a small town, and lately, there's been a lot of activities trying to bring the community together. One of these is rock hunting, where everyone paints rocks and hides them around town, and when you find them, you post about it and then re-hide it, sort of like geocaching. A group of friends and I decided to go on a late night walk. There were 5 of us. The other girl, Mel, and I decided to start rock hunting just for the hell of it. The guys were all taking their time behind us, and of course Mel and I were on a mission, so we get carried on our way. We cross the bridge in town, and one side is significantly more lit than the other, so when we got to the other side, it was practically pitch black, with only our phones to light us. The guys eventually made their way over, but strayed way too far, distracted by whatever and just goofing off. Mel and I wandered down the path. It had flower gardens on both sides where people would just hide rocks, and in the daytime it was absolutely beautiful looking. We didn't realize it until we were probably a couple of blocks away that we couldn't hear the guys anymore, and we could no longer see the bridge. I got a very uneasy feeling out of nowhere, and made a comment that we should go back to get the guys. They were probably wondering where we were. I saw Mel bent over in the dim glow of my phone, and shined my light over asking her if she'd found a rock. I shit you not. There was a man standing right behind her, just staring in my direction. If she had been standing up straight, he would have been breathing down her neck. And she had absolutely no idea. I just held eye contact and told her that we needed to go. I don't know if she noticed the change in my voice, but she grabbed the rock and immediately headed my way, not once looking back or noticing him. As she headed my way, I could see the light reflecting off his eyes. I don't even think he blinked. It was just this weird vacant stare. I glanced down and saw his fists were balled, and I got this very bad feeling in the pit of my stomach. I didn't want to freak her out, but I was walking away at an abnormally fast pace, and I think she got the idea something was up. We didn't say anything until the guys were back in sight at the bridge, and I laid all that I had just seen upon them. One of the guys just tried to pass it off as maybe he was just waiting for you to get out of the way, whilst the others started going on how that guy better not think twice about messing with his girls, and shouting out obscenities and threats in Spanish, which were all cut short by a loud sigh. We stopped and watched the same man who had been practically standing on top of Mel drop down on all fours and run across the bridge like some weird humanoid creature. He had followed us back to the guys. We didn't even know. We hadn't heard his footsteps or breathing or anything. He followed us as silently as he had appeared originally, and took off like a bat out of hell when he realized we weren't alone. I don't know if it were my friend's threats or the fact that Mel and I were not on our own, but I'm thankful that someone got that creep away from us. You don't just follow someone silently through the dark, if you have the best of intentions in your mind now, do you? No more rock hunting for me at night. A couple of years ago, I lived in a duplex on a busy road, pretty much right on the divide between State University territory and a not so great part of town. We got a decent amount of foot traffic, in part because of the university. My duplex was on the corner, facing the side street. I was in the half further away from the busy road, and my front door was inside of the fenced backyard. I lived alone with my dog and my cats. On the other side of the duplex, I only met Jake and his brother, but I think their parents lived there as well. One day I get home from work, at around 4:30, and as soon as I get in, there's a knock. I look at the peephole and it's Jake. I'm feeling apprehensive because we've spoken like twice ever, and I can't imagine what he's about to say to me. I open the door, and he looks apprehensive too. He asks me if I've looked in my kitchen closet. I say no, because that's where the water heater is, and a shelf to keep my holiday decorations. But I go in and I open it, and there is a huge hole in the wall. Drywall and stuff all over the floor, and I can see Jake's family living room through it. So Jake tells me that right before I got home. They got home as well, and they had surprised a burglar who had broken in on their side. The burglar freaked out, grabbed a knife, and proceeded to try and smash through their living room wall with a knife to escape through my apartment. But as soon as my dog heard the commotion, she started barking like crazy. She sounded so scary. He couldn't even see her because the closet door was shut, so he basically changed his mind and just ran past the neighbors and out the door. He didn't even have time to steal anything, and I'd basically just missed this. But a few days later, I came home around 4:30 p.m, surprised. Someone was in my backyard trying to break the window to get in. My half of the house didn't have any windows in the backyard. So if he had succeeded, he would have just ended up in Jake's bedroom. The guy ran out of the gate right past me carrying a backpack and took off down the road. I'm quite convinced it was the same guy. So guy that brazenly tried to break into my house in broad daylight? Let's not meet again. I was 16 years old when this happened to me. I'm a female. It was just me and my dad in my house, and since he's a businessman that travelled frequently, I was left home alone quite often. First of all, I'm going to try and best describe to you the layout of our house, so that you can better understand my situation. My house is pretty small, since it is just my father, my dog, and myself living in it. There's a long hallway full of full-sized windows, separating my father's room and my own. Our dog loved to look out of these windows, so we always kept them open enough for her to look out of. I'm in the last room at the end of the hallway. In between the two rooms is my bathroom and spare bedroom. The rest of the layout is irrelevant. It was around 11 p.m. when the worst night of my life began. My dad was passed out in bed after a long day, and I was mindlessly dancing around my house getting ready for bed. I hopped into the shower, not knowing what was coming next, and of course, like a cringeworthy horror movie, my dog starts aggressively barking up a storm. With my excessive knowledge of how these things turn out for the girls in the movies, I go out to explore. I head to my room to throw some clothes on whilst my dog is still shitting a brick. Months before, I'm not sure how, I managed to break my door handle, so you no longer have to twist the knob to open it. All it needs is a small push. Scared shitless, I barely managed to put on a shirt when my dog opened the door. I looked to see her enter my room whilst in the midst of barking, and that's when I saw it. There's only one window that has vision to the opening of my room, and in the corner of it, I saw a face so seemingly sinister that I can still see it years later. It was dark, so I took a second to comprehend what I just saw, but when I finally realized it, I screamed. My father owns a lot of guns, so when he heard me scream bloody murder, he ran out with a pistol, and he asked me what happened, and I could barely express what I saw. He ran outside to see the man was still near. We stood out there for a minute scanning the area. A man was casually strolling towards us from the opposite direction about 100 yards away. I knew it was him. I got that feeling in my stomach that you can't mistake. It was as if he was trying to cover up where he'd been by coming from a different direction. That bastard didn't fool me though. You better stay the hell away from my daughter. Do you see what I have here? Do you know what this does? My father yelled, holding up a gun into the air. I swore he could have shot. The man brushed off these threats easily. Go die in a hole, you old man, he said. My father then went back inside and went back to bed as if nothing had happened. But I couldn't sleep a wink. I kept thinking he was going to come back and hurt me because of the threats to him. We called the police next morning, and they came and scoped out our house. They looked around the house trying to calm me down, but I was still pretty shaken up. He went to the front yard first, and that's when he saw it. In front of the windows in the long hallway, there were small bushes, and from this window you could see my room very clearly. If he tried to tell me the news without making me more upset, he failed. There were indents in the dirt right in front of the window. That meant that he knew he needed to look there, and it seemed like he had been here more than once, because of the broken pieces of bush and the divots on the ground. Turns out he was our old neighbour's nephew, and he'd been staying there for a few months. He was never arrested, never got in trouble, and probably got barely more than a slap on the wrist. But at least he's gone now. How long had he been watching me? I'll never know. All I know is I keep my door shut, and I never keep the blinds open. So creepy nephew that had been watching me for God knows how long, let's not meet again. I was sitting alone in my car at the local duck pond, eating my lunch and reading a book as usual. Normally I kept my windows open to prevent situations like this from happening, but when I first arrived, no one was around, and it was hot outside, so I rolled them all the way down. I'm not one to waste gas just to have my air conditioning on. I had been going to that pond for lunch almost every single day for the past 2 years, and had never felt uncomfortable. So surely that day wouldn't be any different. Well, I had just opened my lunch and taken a bite, when this really elderly man in a red Jeep rolls up beside me. He gets out and roams around the park for a bit before coming over and talking to me. Of course, I'm not going to be rude to the man, since that park is part of a tourist area, and I figured that he was probably either just visiting or looking for directions, or a retired and lonely guy. We strike up a conversation, and I tell him I'm in school at the local community college and where I worked. He asked what I did there, and I told him that I was an HVAC apprentice. He said, "Wow, I used to work on HVAC stuff in the military." I thought it was really cool, and figured that someone with as much experience as him could tell me some pretty useful stuff. If I remember correctly, he did tell me some things that would be pretty useful, but the conversation quickly became predatory, and I was shocked at how quickly the conversation turned south and made me forget what he told me. He asked me how old I was. I told him I was 18, and he told me he was 52, although the guy looked like he was in his 90s at his youngest. But whatever, I figured. A lot of military people get really heavy into drugs and alcohol, so maybe that aged him a lot. He asked if I had a boyfriend. Nope. He said he had a wife, but that he cheated on her a lot, and a couple of kids who didn't like him. Well, that's a kind of deep thing to admit to a stranger, but if he's comfortable with sharing it, then I'm totally fine with it. He kept on going about how much he loved women, and how he just couldn't help himself when he cheated on his wife. Then he asked me if I was a virgin. By this point, I had already started picking up bad vibes from the guy, and really no matter what I told him, it was going to be a lose-lose situation. I was afraid that if I told him I wasn't a virgin, he'd think that I was loose and that I'd do whatever he wanted to me. So I went with virgin, hoping that it would imply that I'm prude and he'd give up on me. Instead, the creepy old man seemed to get off on the thought of seducing an 18-year-old virgin. I tried multiple times to steer the conversation away from sex, but he kept bringing it back up. He asked if I masturbated, watched porn, ever wanted to have sex at all. I said no, in an effort to really hit the prude ball home. I figured that he was just from an older generation that thought you had to convince women to go out with them, and that once he realized I was serious, he would give up, because no one wants to be a rapist, right? Nope. I was already really uncomfortable with this guy, but then the threats started. He kept saying that if I hung out with him, that I wouldn't stay a virgin long. He'd just say that over and over again, very firmly, like he knew he wasn't going to give me a choice in the matter. Then I realized that I was completely alone in the park with this guy. No security cameras were anywhere. No one knew I went to that pond for lunch every day. You might be asking yourself, why didn't you just turn your car on and leave? Well, I had stupidly thrown my keys into the passenger seat. I was afraid that by the time I reached the keys, pulled them in the ignition and turned them on, this old guy would have easily climbed in through the window and would be fighting me for control of the vehicle. I continued on with the polite conversation, pretending to be unaware of his motives and ignorant to any sexual references he made. I just had to wait for the right moment, for him to sneeze, look away, let his guard down, so that I could grab my keys from the passenger seat and get out of there. Luckily for me, a school bus full of children came right when I thought I was going to have to fight this guy tooth and nail to get him to leave me alone. As soon as he saw them arrive, he looked really freaked out, and then disappointed, like he knew that he had just lost his catch. There were too many witnesses now, too many people who might intervene and would most likely secure double jail time for doing so many things whilst being around a bus full of children. He said bye to me in a normal manner and said that he would look out for me again in the park, then hopped into his red Jeep and took off. If worst had come to worst, I think I could have taken the guy in a fight. He may have been ex-military, but he looked like hell, like a strong breeze could just about break his bones. I'm glad I didn't have to fight him though, because I believe it was his intention to go out that day and find someone to rape. He also could have carried a concealed weapon somewhere. Needless to say, I avoided the park for the next month or so, and once I did return, I was really paranoid that I might see him again. Honestly, be careful about how much information you reveal about yourself to strangers. In the course of 45 minutes, I had given this guy enough information to track me down if he had really wanted to. He knew which school I went to, which program I was on and where I worked, my name, my age, my date of birth, and he could have easily written down my number plate. Just remember to be savvy and stay safe. A couple of years ago, I found myself in a very disturbing situation. I was getting off work as my student internship in Charlotte, North Carolina, and it had been snowing all day. Now, for all of you guys who live in the South, you know it's a big deal when it even calls for snow, and grocery stores are raided the night before. I had decided to go and get some groceries to enjoy with my girlfriend, now wife, since the mayhem had ended, and only two people like me had trucks for all terrain. I went into Walmart, I got all the groceries I needed, and started my way back to my truck. It had started to snow harder, and there was already about 5 to 7 inches on the ground, and it was around 12 in the afternoon. I was daydreaming about sledding and watching movies the next couple of days with my girlfriend. Just when I almost reached my truck, I was jolted by the act of someone grabbing my arm. As I turned, I saw an older looking lady, and she asked me if I had any cigarettes. Now, I don't smoke, so I told her that I didn't, and turned back to my truck. Again, she gently tugged on my arm, and then she told me that she just got here from Alabama on a bus with her granddaughter and dog, and she was here for breast cancer treatment and wanted money for a hotel. Again, I told her I had no money on me. At this point she said, "Do you know the area well?" Wanting to get out of this situation, I said, "No, I didn't," which was a lie, thinking she would leave me alone. She then said, "Oh, okay, since the weather is so bad, will you drive me to my hotel, so I can meet with my granddaughter and her dog, who are in the hotel lobby waiting? It's right up the road here, I can show you." With me being a Christian, I knew I couldn't deny this woman, as I always try and help people out. So I told her sure, since I was raised on the rule to never judge a book by its cover. Plus, being a 6-foot-tall male, I thought I could shake her off if things got dicey. So she jumped in my truck, and against all odds, the next thing she does is start to light up a cigarette in my truck. I told her politely to please put it out. Being nervous, I missed my first red flag when she asked me for a cigarette, since obviously she had some. She obliged, and threw the cigarette out the window to my dismay. So we started driving up the road towards her hotel, at which point I'm on high alert. At the moment of going through worst case scenarios in my head, I noticed her fumbling through her purse searching for something, and looking out of the corner of her eyes at me. At which I told her, "Just so you know, I have a gun in my truck, so don't try anything crazy." Now, I did have a gun, but it was a shotgun that I had neglected to get out of the back seat a couple of days earlier, and in reality would be no use to me here if she pulled a gun on me at that moment. She just stopped messing around in her purse and pulled a cell phone out her pocket. She looked at me and said, "Actually, do you mind taking a detour? I need to pick up some money from some friends." Okay. At this point, red flags were firing off again. But trying to be a good Christian and not judging a book by its cover kept running through my mind. So I told her fine, but to be quick, because I needed to get home. At that moment she dialed someone on her phone and said, "Yeah, this guy's coming to bring me to get the stuff. Are you ready, right?" At that point I asked her to talk to the person. When I answered the phone, a man who sounded like he'd been chain smoking since birth said, "Hello." I started asking him questions like, "What's your name?" and asked him if indeed he knew of any hotels nearby. He seemed to stumble over words when he said he had to go. At this point I should have gotten a clue and kicked her out of my car, especially after watching so many horror movies. This is when the person goes against their gut and pays for it. But for fear of her actually telling the truth and me feeling like a terrible person, I decided to go on. At this point we turned down the street, and I saw a cop car sitting there on the side of the road. I wanted to go drop her off at the cop, but it would be terrible if she actually were telling the truth. So I passed the cop, and at this point, which is weird, an eerie smile on her face said, "Glad he's there, I feel safe." Now as we entered the apartment complex, I saw how run down it was. It looked to be a place where heavy drug traffic was going down. Just a very unsettling place even during the snow. As I parked outside the place her friend was, she said, "Okay, I'll get the guy and be back." And I was very unsettled by everything. Things just didn't seem right. She saw my facial expression of wanting to just get the heck out of this Dodge, and to this she sneered at me, saying something along the lines of me being a terrible person if I left her there, in this weather under these conditions. At this point I got mad. After all, I went out of my way to help her, and as I waited I started to think about what she said and what could happen. What if she brought a knife or a gun, or worse? And at that moment I saw 3 guys coming towards my truck. I realized things were not right. She had set me up to be robbed or something. Because those guys were big, and one of them had something behind their back that I couldn't see. At that moment I put it in reverse and took off. Thank God for 4-wheel drive. I looked back at them chasing me, to see what was hidden behind one of the guys' backs. It was a crowbar. I don't know what would have happened to me, but looking back I see how dumb and blind I was. There was no hotel anywhere close to the area. The closest hotel or motel was about 20 minutes away. Had I waited for the guys to get to my truck, they would have probably beaten me and robbed me, or worse. I thank God every day that I escaped and was able to get married until this event. After that, I've never been to the Walmart in that area, or that area in general ever again for that matter. A couple of months after, I told a co-worker this story, and he told me that about a year ago the same lady tried to do the same thing with him, but he declined everything and she moved on. So horrible lady who lied about having breast cancer to trick people into doing awful things? I hope you get what's coming to you, and let's never meet again. So be careful who you help out there, because some people will take advantage of you, or maybe worse. A few years ago, my parents and I moved out to the Maritimes. My parents were retiring, and I was done in high school. Our house is situated at the very centre of, and I mean literally, the very centre of the village. There are around 20 people in this place at the most. The house is 300 feet away from the road, and has forests surrounding it, except the front, which are fields that border the driveway. Anyway, the year we moved I ended up moving away to Ottawa for school. That same year, I went back home for Christmas between semesters. I am your typical night owl, and my parents hate it. They were bugging me about sleeping in so much, because they hadn't seen me in months and I was sleeping away all our time together. So anyway, on the night of the incident, I stayed up until sunrise, hoping to fix my sleep cycle. It was around 5:45 AM when my dog woke me up and came into the room. She rested her head on my lap, and so I knew she wanted out. I made my way downstairs, made myself a tea, and then put a coat on. For whatever reason, that winter it didn't snow much, and this particular day it had snowed around 2 AM. I remember, because when I went to go use the bathroom, I got excited when I saw it falling. I put my hand on my coat and headed out with my dog. Usually she bolts out the door and does laps around the house at full gallop, but today she didn't. Instead she put her nose to the ground and trotted slowly around the house. I thought it was strange, so I followed her. That's when I noticed the footsteps. My parents' property has 3 buildings on it. A 2-door garage, a workshop and the house itself. The driveway runs from the road and sort of pools connecting all 3 buildings. All buildings make an L shape. The snow that had fallen was only 2 centimeters or so, and so I noticed, running from the forest, was a set of footprints to behind the house. I was extremely curious and I followed them. They literally came out of the forest and ran behind my house, where they stopped at a window. I lined my feet up and found myself looking in the window. Then the prints turned 90 degrees and vanished back into the forest. That's when I realized the snow had fallen at around 2 AM, so whoever had left those prints must have come after that, or they wouldn't have left the prints. And well, I assume most of the world is dark between 2 and 5:45 AM. So either this guy was wandering around the woods at night, or had wandered up when the sun came up, which was about 40 minutes ago. So I shouted for my dog and we hustled inside. I told my dad, and he told me that he'd left the prints, which is bullshit, because I was up all night and I heard him snoring. Thanks for trying to calm my nerves anyway, Dad. Now, while all of this might not be too spooky in itself, the implications are far-reaching. Perhaps this person wanted to do something malicious, and was just waiting for the opportune moment to come in and strike, but perhaps decided against it. I don't know. I'm just glad that whoever decided to stare at that window for God knows how long, turned back into the woods and never came back. I'll start off by saying I'm a plump girl, around 5'3" and 24 years old. I had just gotten out of a 3-year relationship and was feeling a little lonely and just wanted to have some fun. My friend convinced me to download Plenty of Fish, which is a free dating app. Against my better judgment, I downloaded the app and spent 2 hours messaging idiots and was ready to give up. Then, a seemingly nice Asian guy named John messaged me. He seemed to say all the right things and was super cute, but I had a weird feeling in my stomach. Something was telling me that it was just too good to be true. My friend told me that I was being paranoid and that we should meet up because I needed to get out of the house. Reluctantly, I took her advice and asked if he wanted to catch a movie, since he only lived 1 town away. He messaged me back a little too quickly for my liking and said that he would love to. John also had a request. He wanted me to accompany him to get a small tattoo before the movie. I thought it was a little weird, but I agreed. The morning of the date, he texted me and said all of a sudden the age transmission on his car blew out, and that I would have to give him a ride if he still wanted us to go. This raised several red flags, but I stupidly agreed. When I picked him up, he seemed to be nervous because he was shaking quite a bit. I asked him if he was okay, and thinking maybe the issue with the car caused him to get into an accident. John said that the transmission on his car blew out 3 years ago, but it was only this morning that he told me it had happened. I looked at him very confused and felt the feeling in my stomach get 10 times stronger. John smiled widely and instantly tried making out with me. I pushed him away and asked him what he thought he was doing, and he said in the creepiest voice, "You're just so beautiful," and tried again. Mind you, he was doing this whilst I was driving, and I realized the mistake I had made, and I just wanted him to go away. He told me to pull into Popeyes in order for him to get some food. I agreed, thinking he was going to get out, but he told me to use the drive-thru. I tried to convince him, telling him that going into the store it would be way faster, but he squinted at me and wasn't buying it. He said, "They always try to get away," and at this point, I was feeling my heartbeat in my throat and felt tears welling up in my eyes, and asked who, but he didn't answer. I knew I should have tried not to cry, but I wear my heart on my sleeve. He looked at me as if I were crazy and said, "I know you're cheating, but I can't stay mad at you. Let's just get to my tattoo and skip to the movie. I want to take you home to make you feel good." I tried pulling myself together, but I swear I was on the brink of a panic attack, because I had a complete maniac in my car. I drove to the tattoo parlor and tried acting as if things were normal until we got inside. I know you're wondering, why did I go in? Well, before he exited the car, he squinted at me and reached over and turned off the car and took the keys. Now he was a very large guy, about 6'4" and 189 pounds. and I was in no position to take anything from him or make him get out. When we got to the tattoo parlor, I tried discreetly asking for help, but they thought I was joking. They seemed to be friends with him and were blocking my path to the door, and I couldn't help but think I was going to die there. They demanded I sit down, so I did. While sitting and contemplating how I got there, I heard what sounded like scaffolding, so I stood up to look, and I saw John, and he looked absolutely insane. He was wielding a crazy-looking hunting knife. Once everyone was backed against the wall, he made a mad dash for me, screaming, "This'll teach you for cheating, you crazy bitch." I was bewildered. I couldn't scream or move. One of the tattoo artists tackled him just before he got to me, and he threw me the keys and told me to get out. I didn't need to be told again. I unlocked the door and ran for my life, and I drove out of there like I was auditioning for Fast and Furious. When I rounded the corner, I was pulled over, and when the cop came up to my window, I burst into tears and told him what happened. Apparently John was a well-known psycho in that town. The cop comforted me as best he could, and escorted me to the police station to make a report. He told me to change my number, which I did, and to delete my social media. I didn't exactly listen. I thought the change in number would be enough, and when I arrived home, I told my friend what happened, and she said I should have been able to tell he was crazy from the picture. Clearly she has no understanding of mental illness. Pictures don't do it justice, and long story short, we're not friends anymore. A few months had passed and I thought everything would go back to normal, but I was receiving calls from a strange number, and eventually found out it was John. He started leaving voice messages saying he missed me and that he wanted to get married. I have no clue how he got my number, and he also made fake accounts attempting to follow me on social media. The cops say that he would actually have to do something to me to have them monitor my house or take him to a mental hospital. This restraining order is only a piece of paper, and I'm losing sleep. Back in the early/mid 1970s, my mother and I lived in the Pacific Northwest, and I was around 6 years old. We were on an offbeat road out of Seattle. Very dark night, no moon and a wisp of fog. We saw a Volkswagen Beetle on the side of the road with the emergency flashes on, and a rather good-looking guy, as my mother describes him, with his arm in a sling waving us down. My mother pulled over, being a kind woman that would help anybody in need, as he looked quite normal. My mother rolled down her window and asked if she could help, and the guy asked my mum if she could help him get the last lug nut off his tyre so that he could change his flat, and he says, "Hello, my name is Ted," and then smiles and looked at me and reached over and shook my hand and asked my name, and I got a bad vibe, and I said nothing to him. My mum said something about his smile really made her uncomfortable, and then she noticed that he was missing the passenger seat in his Beetle. She rolls the window back up and said that she would call a tow truck to come and help him at the next city, then speeds off whilst looking in her rearview mirror and sees him taking off the sling and getting back in the Beetle, and took off very fast in the opposite direction. So that's the night that 6-year-old me shook the hand of Ted Bundy. It's worth mentioning that whilst this story takes place in a Southeast Asian city with a population of over 1.5 million, I didn't always live here. I was born and raised in a small town in the Midwestern United States. You know, the kind where everyone knows everyone, and we only gain attention during an election year. Anyway, my parents and I made the big move in 2014 due to a number of reasons. The biggest being so that my mother could be with her family, since this was her homeland. However, the town where all my relatives live is about 8 hours away. So we had to move to our city because it was the safest in the region for foreigners, and my dad is a white guy. Now, unlike every other college student in the world, I hadn't done much this summer. The heat was blistering all hours of the day, and I didn't have money to spend even if I was willing to leave our air-conditioned apartment. The only thing enticing me into the outdoors were the incessant sounds of construction due to a new unit being added to our complex. However, leaving was, of course, inevitable, so towards the end of the month, my parents and I went to buy groceries. The next day, my mum and I went out to buy some things that we had initially forgotten. And the day after that, the two of us went out again to pay some bills. That made 3 consecutive days of going out for the first time in about a month. To say I was exhausted was an understatement, and by 7 p.m. on the third night, I was already fast asleep on the living room couch. My mother woke me up at around 10 that night and told me to head up to my room. I was too tired to do my entire night's routines, so I quickly brushed my teeth and went upstairs. I noticed that my cat was already asleep in my bed, since he's basically my mother's shadow. So I got into bed whilst contorting myself into an angle that wouldn't disturb him. Cat lovers, you know what I'm talking about. I turned on a dim light, plugged in my headphones, and started playing a random video on YouTube, then eventually fell asleep. I didn't know what time it was, but I awoke to the feeling of my bed shaking. I tend to ignore movements like this, because they happen often when my cat sleeps with me, as he has a habit of scratching his ear. But there was a pretty strong earthquake just the night before, so I assumed it was another one, making me open my eyes and look down at my cat to see which of the two it was. Indeed, it was he scratching his ear, and my mother was also at the foot of my bed. Nothing out of the ordinary. She was probably checking on me before my dad and her went out on their 5 a.m. walk, as routine, and was bending down to pet the cat. I closed my eyes and was just about to slip back into slumber when my half-asleep brain remembered a number of things that were indeed out of the ordinary. With my eyes that were barely open, I looked at who I thought was my mother with blurred vision. The first thing I noticed was that she was wearing one of my high school t-shirts. My mother and I are far from the same size, and she doesn't have a history of borrowing my clothes. Weird, but not unsettling. Maybe she ran out of clean exercise shirts and decided to use one of mine. Then I noticed that she was also wearing one of my high school t-shirts, but this one was wrapped around her head in a way that outlined the shape of it, not covering anything, but just framing the profile. In my peripheral vision, I noticed that my closet doors were wide open. My mother always nagged me to close them, because she said it wasted the cool air coming in from the air conditioner, so I made sure to keep them closed whenever I wasn't getting ready. And another random realization hit me when my brain finally registered the fact that while my mum does pet my cat when she comes in to check on me, she never bent down like the person was in my room. Looking back now, I don't think I've ever seen her bend down like that since I was a kid. Keep in mind, all these thoughts flooded my mind in about 5 seconds. Still, my half-asleep and half-stupid-ass brain was more focused on why my mother was wearing my clothes as opposed to all the things that were off in this situation. That's when the person turned to look right at me before running out of my room, maintaining an ungodly crouching position that will be buried in my mind for the rest of my life. It wasn't until he was near the stairs that I fully processed what was happening. That person was not my mother, and they weren't even a female. Instantly I shot out of bed and instinctively wrapped my blanket around me to cover my nightclothes that suddenly felt so revealing. It was only then that I began screaming. I hesitantly followed him out of my room and watched as he ran down the wooden stairs with deafening steps that echoed throughout the 3rd floor, almost drowning out my piercing cry. If I was going to get my parents' attention, who was sleeping on the other side of the closed door on the 2nd floor, I needed to be louder. I stood at the foot of the stairs and pushed my lungs to their limit. I could practically feel the capacity stretch inside my rib cage, and after what felt like ages, but was probably no more than 5 seconds, my parents' door swung open, and my mother ran up the stairs with a panic-stricken expression that I will never forget. She grabbed me by the shoulders and shouted, What's wrong?" I turned to look at her, my mouth agape, and my brows furrowed in a mixture of confusion and disbelief. Had she not seen the man when he ran right past their bedroom? It all happened so fast. I wasn't sure if they had crossed paths or not. I told them that someone was in the house, and I responded in a voice that honestly I didn't even recognize. Without missing a beat, she wrapped her arm around me and ushered me down the stairs. "Grab the gun," she shouted in the country's native language, and we ran into my parents' bedroom, where my father stood in the doorway, with tired eyes and slumped posture. I pushed him in the room and turned around to close the door, simultaneously fiddling with the light switch so we weren't in complete darkness. My movements were shaky and spastic, causing my fingers to fumble and flicker the lights on and off before eventually being able to lock the door. "What are you doing?" my dad asked with a soft laugh, as he switched on the lights after my attempts proved to be futile. I turned to him with the same incredulous expression I had when I was looking at my mum. He had been standing in the doorway to his room in perfect view of the running man, yet he seemed to be oblivious. "There's someone in the house," I repeated, watching his face instantly drop at my words. With the door now locked, I turned to my parents and watched them silently, waiting for them to say or do something. For 19 years they had taken care of me and catered to my every want and need. Now they stood, just as scared and defenseless as I was, and in that moment, they were just people. My dad, an infamous Type A personality, kept his focus on the floor, most likely processing the entire situation before deciding what to do next. My mother was the complete opposite. Her cell phone was in one hand, whilst the other, she was trying to run through her hair so many times that I'm sure the strands were going to end up between her fingers. "I can't call 911, it's not working," she said. I took the phone from her and dialed it myself, bringing the phone up to my ear, only to hear a monotone voice say, "Sorry, your balance is too low to make this call." In this country, most of the phones are prepaid, so if you don't have money in your account, you can't make any calls or texts. However, my mum said that she had added to her account a few hours earlier. I tried calling my aunt who lives about 8 hours away, and it worked. And it was then that I figured that you can only use cell phones to call other cell phones, and you can't use them to call landlines, aka 911. The only problem was that our landline was on the 2nd floor hallway, a few feet away from the other side of the door. I told my parents what our options were, and my mother opened the window and began shouting for help in her native tongue. Similar to a knee-jerk reaction, I instantly shut the window. "Don't do that, they'll know we're defenseless and come back." At the time this happened, we had been in the room for about 40 minutes, and I was convinced that if they had left and then heard screaming, they would come back because they would know we were sitting ducks. "Are you sure you saw someone? Maybe you were just dreaming," my dad said, this being his first string of words since barricading ourselves inside. How could he have gotten in? The door has 2 locks and a heavy pole across it. A little context about the pole. After the lock on our screen door broke, my mother had insisted on putting a metal pole across the door to ensure that no one would be able to get in. "No, I know what I saw," I answered without hesitation. But my brain started dissecting the possibilities of the figure simply being a fragment of my imagination. The sounds of movement he made were so vivid, but the situation as a whole seemed too surreal. There was no way someone can get inside with that pole acting as a shield, and neither of my parents had seen the man. Internally, even I wasn't 100% sure of myself, but on the outside, I stuck to my guns. I saw a man. "Okay, then we need to get out of this room and call the police," my dad said. My overreacting got the best of me, and I thought about us leaving the room. Were there more people? Were they waiting for us? Were they right outside the door? Or were they hiding and would spring out when we least expected it? Maybe they were still in our apartment, continuing to raid through our things, since they know that we were too scared to leave. Had they heard my mother screaming for help and came back? We searched the room for weapons to protect ourselves with, but we wouldn't find anything even remotely useful. You may be wondering what happened to the gun my mother was shouting about earlier. It never existed. She just said that so the man would hopefully leave out of fear. So with half a pair of broken scissors in my dad's hand, and a small floor fan in my mother's, we prepared ourselves for whatever was on the other side of that door. My dad unlocked the door and swung it open swiftly, hoping to catch anyone out there off guard. The complete silence, mixed with the eerie yellow lighting coming from our hallway, seemed like a scene from a horror movie. Straight ahead, we all noticed that the door to the second floor balcony was wide open, and the screen on the window next to it had been pried open as well. The first feeling to run through me was assurance. Assurance of knowing that I wasn't crazy and hadn't just made it up. The second feeling to run through me was pure dread, knowing that I wasn't crazy and I unfortunately hadn't made it up. We searched the second floor and found no one and nothing. We then moved onto the first floor, and we found our pitcher of water dripping with condensation on the kitchen table. My mother asked me if I had forgotten to put it back before I went to bed, but I distinctly remember only brushing my teeth. I knew I hadn't gotten it out. Our windows have the glass on the outside and the screen on the inside, contradictory to typical American windows. And we saw that the glass windows were wide open and that the screen had been pried with. However, both of the locks on the door were bolted, and the pole was still in place. We figured that the man had initially attempted to come through by putting his hand through the small gap he made in the window screen, trying to reach for the door so that he could unlock it. However, I suppose his calculations were off, and he couldn't make the distance. That's when he climbed up to the second floor, probably by scaling the apartment that the construction workers had yet to finish, and did the same procedure to the balcony window. He was successful this time, because the distance was much shorter. We called 911 a total of 5 times, and it took them 45 minutes to get to our apartment, despite the fact that we live a 3-minute drive away. While waiting, my mother knocked on other apartments to let them know what was going on. Now, our complex consists of 4 different apartments. The first one is rented out to an online business company. The second is rented out to a family who had just moved in that exact night. We're in the third, The fourth had no tenants. Neither of them answered, and it was probably because it was 2:30 a.m. The police came eventually and told us that someone had made a call earlier, saying that they heard a woman screaming for help, but that they couldn't find the exact location of the screams. They searched the house, but found no one, and didn't even tell us how to file a report. Yeah, they were pretty useless. The next day, my mum spoke to the people at the first apartment, and they were obviously shaken up. They told her that they had heard her knocking, but that it's company policy not to open the door from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. My mother moved on to apartment 2 and told them what happened, and the man and his pregnant wife said that they didn't hear anything, despite going to bed at 2 a.m. and having all their windows opened. I was somewhat skeptical, because my scream was pretty loud, even giving my mother nightmares days after the incident, and all our windows and second-story door were open. There's another building just a few feet away, so sound resonates pretty loudly, making the construction booming even behind closed doors. And my mother's screams, that were enough to make someone call the police, I highly doubt they didn't hear anything. With the first apartment it made sense though, and all the windows were closed due to the air conditioning being left on. My mother told the couple to be wary of the construction workers because she believed that they decided to rob us after seeing that my father was a foreigner, automatically assuming that we must be rich or something. The man's face instantly dropped and his tone turned cold. My mother asked him for the landlord's number, since the old number no longer worked, and he said that he would give it to her after he went to see her today, since he didn't have it on him. It took him 4 days to finally give it to us, and he did so with what seemed like a sincere apology, saying sorry for taking so long, and for what happened to us. That same day, we called the landlord, and she seemed shocked, telling us that nothing like that had ever happened in any of her apartments before. However, my mother had spoken with tenants in the apartment complex behind our own, which happened to be owned by the same landlord, and she says that she knows of at least 3 people in her complex who have had their place broken into. Later, the maintenance man came to inspect our windows, and we found out that the construction workers were hired because they're all members of our landlord's church, and the man, who just moved in with his wife, is the bishop of their church. Before my mother could even bring up her theory, the maintenance man told her that he was convinced it was the construction workers. We kept realizing that things were missing over the course of 2 weeks, like my backpack, some sunglasses, money, jewellery, some stuff out of our storage room, as well as other things. My phone was also taken. I assumed that's why he was crouching over my bed. He was trying to reach for both the phone and the charger, since I was probably laying on the wire or something. My laptop and camera were both sitting on my desk next to my jewellery box, but he didn't take those. My parents assume it's because he was going to take the heavier items when he was about to leave, so he wouldn't have to carry them around. However, I didn't see anything in his hand when he was running away from me, which makes me think that he either left the other items by the door for an easy exit, or there was someone else in the house helping him out. A few weird things. He took 4 of my shirts, 2 of them being exactly the same. He also went into my cousin's room and stole her towel. Thankfully, she had gone home for the summer, so she wasn't around, but it almost seemed as if the thief knew that. He went into her room and my room, but completely avoided my parents' room. I also couldn't get over the fact that he drank our water straight from the jug, which would have made sense since he climbed to the 2nd story. However, this country is notorious for being superstitious, and my mum said that thieves tend to leave water out because it makes the homeowners go to deep sleep. Something about water resembling the calming waves of an ocean. I've never been one to believe in superstition, and she thinks that's why I was able to wake up. Just a few hours after the incident, We decided that we were going to move back to the States. This wasn't the only occurrence affecting our decision, but it was the straw that broke the camel's back. I'm just thankful that we all came out safe and nothing worse happened. I'm also incredibly grateful for my cat, since he's basically the hero for waking me up. In fact, my cousins are fighting over who'll get to keep him once we leave. I came home late one night when I was 17, and the rest of my family was already in bed. I go to my room and just do typical stuff before bed. Work on my homework, speak to my friends on the phone, and listen to music. Finally, I go to bed a couple of hours later and nod off. I'm awoken by some rustling underneath my bed, but assume it's just my cat and roll over again to go back to sleep. A short while after, I'm awoken again. I lay there perfectly still and quiet and listened to the noise. This was when I realized that the noise was coming from an animal much larger than any damn cat. Since I lived near the woods, my imagination started running wild. Was it a rabid raccoon? A sinister skunk? A crazed coyote? It took me about 5 minutes to work up the courage to peek under the bed and try and figure out what I was dealing with. I slowly rolled over and glanced down through the small gap between my mattress and my bed frame and saw the scariest thing I've ever seen. It was a hair-covered arm of a man. My heart started racing, and I felt like either vomiting or pooping my pants. I knew I needed to run, but all I kept thinking of was that this diabolical murderer/rapist was going to slash my Achilles tendon as soon as I stood up, and my ankles were within reach. I finally gathered the courage to leap from the bed and make a dash towards the door. This was when I realized that it was actually possible to be so terrified that no noise came out of you when you scream. I made it to the door and was running from the stairs up to my parents' room when I was grabbed from behind and a hand clamped over my mouth. Long story short, once the guy started whispering for me to be quiet, I realized who it was. It was a guy I'd been on a few dates with. He was trying to apologize for scaring me, then said that he didn't mean to, and that he just wanted to see me when I was alone. Hysterical me started crying and told him to get out of my house, and he had the nerve to ask me for a ride home. A couple of lessons were learned. My parents sleep like the dead and are not even woken up when their child is near murdered in the basement, and sneaking into a girl's house and hiding under a girl's bed is not an acceptable way to learn more about her. Also, I may be just too nice and understanding. I think I probably should have called the cops on this guy, but instead, I told him just to leave me alone and not talk to me anymore because my parents told me that he seemed like a nice boy who just made a bad judgment call. However, this incident still haunts me years later. It seemed really scary to me. Number 1. I am a 23 Italian male, living in a not-so-small town in southern Italy. Now, it's not the most secure town in the world. In fact, we've had a long history of micro-criminality connected to the local mafia. But if you are smart and keep to yourself, you stay out of trouble. I need to explain my daily commute and context first, to make things better to understand. Basically, I live in the old part of town, as here it's common for every town to be built around its antique part. And after an earthquake in the 1980s destroyed a good part of it, it's very affordable to live here, and some parts are beautiful and well kept. Others are not. So you find good families and great folks sharing spaces with more pesky dudes. Now, the encounter itself happened in January. I just came back from university. It's just a 20-minute drive in car, but in shitty public transport, it can take anywhere up to an hour and a half to get home. I often like to study in the library, which closes at 6:30, so I'll usually make it home for 8 PM or later. On this particular day, I greeted my dog, Maya, and I take her for a walk around the old part of town and the castle, since it's her favourite spot to meet other street dogs. So she's taking longer than usual to do her business, and I was freezing. I was probably wearing the wrong kind of clothes, and it was snowing, which is super rare here, and I think it was the first time that Maya had ever seen snow, so she was very excited. It was for this reason that I decided to walk back home and grab a jacket to better take delight of this occasion. And on my walk home, as a shortcut, I passed by this abandoned building that's under construction. It's pretty shit and has the pillars and floor done, but a lot of kids use it to play and climb around in. Now, as I walk there, I see this guy standing there, his back facing me, still like a rock with his head facing up to the first floor of the abandoned building. He was wearing a dirty beanie, heavy winter jacket, and a tracksuit far too wide for his build, and he just stood there still. At first I froze on the spot too, but it wasn't an extraordinary encounter since there were a lot of strange people around. I watched Maya, and she had her back fur raised and was looking at this dude. She never stared at anyone for this long. We walk to him, and she keeps this behaviour up, and as we're walking there she emits this low-pitched growl that makes the man turn around. I've never ever seen his face around here, and if you aren't local, you really shouldn't end up there if you didn't want to. And oh my god, his face was creepy as hell. The typical greasy hair, undone 3-day beard, and he extended his hand to Maya. "Hey doggy, how cute are you?" Stupidly, that calmed me down a bit, but maybe he was just a mentally ill person walking around. I don't know. But he was trying to pet my dog, and then I hear movement on the first floor's concrete. I thought it must have been a cat, but Maya at this point would already be jumping around trying to catch him if this were the case. So I look up, and I see this little girl of around 10 years old. She only had fear in her eyes, wide open. She was desperate. She had a familiar face though. She must have been one of the kids that used to play around the building, and she must have seen me walking my dog, because as soon as she recognized me, she caught my eye and whispered, "Help." After this I turned my head around, and the creep is watching me now. I would like to say he had the usual creepy smile, but he didn't. He just had a very serious face looking dead into my eyes. I don't know what to do. I'm a 6'2" guy, but I've never fought anyone, and I am a really, really peaceful guy. In a fraction of a second, this guy looks up again and says, "Calm down, sweetie. We need to go home or the food will get cold." Yeah, sure, totally believable. 10 out of 10, mate. "Who are you and what are you doing here?" I ask him. "I'm her uncle. I need to get her home to eat," he says with the most serious look. I was thinking what to answer, to use as an excuse to bring her down and get her to safety, and being the sarcastic bitchy type I am in this situation, I say, "That's strange, because I'm her uncle and this doesn't add up." At this point the little girl chimes in and has the brilliance to lean over and say, "Hey uncle, can you help me get home? Mum will be worried." Now this guy didn't seem to be threatening at the moment, just creepy. So I go under the building to take the little girl as I prepare to grab her. Now this guy didn't seem to be threatening at the moment, just creepy. So I go under the building to grab her. As I prepare her, Maya, thank goodness, growls at the guy, and then she begins to bark loudly at the guy. Now she usually has a really high feminine pitch bark, but with this guy it was really low-pitched, and it even scared me a little. To that I turn around and see this guy with his bare hands reaching for something behind his back. Oh shit, I think. I can't fight for shit hand on hand, and if this guy has a knife, this is going to end up badly for me. He stops his reaching motion as the bark is now continuous. And the heat of the moment, the little girl leaned off, and I grabbed her with one arm, and used the other one to keep Maya at bay as a deterrent. And while she were descending, I asked her if she had a phone. She said she didn't. And as the words came out of her mouth, you could tell that she was on the brink of tears. So as soon as she touched the ground, I unlocked my phone and gave it to her. She took the phone and immediately legged it. I should have been glad, but my immediate thought was, if she did all this as some elaborate plot to steal my phone, I'm gonna be pissed. So anyway, the girl is gone. I turned around, and this dude has a giant knife. Not a pocket knife, one of those big-ass kitchen knives that you use to cut bakery bread. And me being so careless in the kitchen, I know how sharp those damn things can be. So I decided to run away, but Maya decided, nope, I want to stand here barking at him. And I couldn't manage to pull her away. She is an almost 30-kilogram dog, but that was a grip too strong for even her. So we were there stalling, and this guy starts swinging the knife in the air. I want to run, but if I leave my dog, I know she could end up really bad, and if I manage to pull her off, he could run after us. And there will be him swinging a knife around with empty eyes, my dog barking and me shitting myself, not knowing what to do. And to make things worse, my hands were freezing cold for not wearing any gloves, and the leash grip was really starting to hurt. The thing that still surprised me in the situation is the fact that I'm absolutely sure the people around the block could hear the mess, but not a single one decided to take a damn look or try and help. After the 2-minute standoff, I hear heavy footsteps from the street I came from, and then a lot of people show up. Probably her dad or some of her relatives and friends with a baseball bat. This is not going to end well, I thought. As soon as the creep saw those guys, he threw his knife in my direction and started to run to me, trying to go in my direction in the street. I didn't even try and block him off. I was still frozen by the knife undertow, but Maya bit his leg, ripping a piece of his tracksuit off. I still have it. She's so proud of it. One of her favorite new toys. But the dude didn't even care and ran for his life, with some of the girl's supposed relatives behind him. He eventually managed to outrun them, but the girl's father came to me. I thought to thank me, but instead he screamed, "Who the hell was that guy?" waving the bat around. I looked at the girl, telling him to calm down, but he only got more pissed until the girl ran up telling him that I helped her and gave me my phone back. After that, he calmed down and apologized and thanked me for helping his daughter, and offered to grab me some coffee at his house. I politely declined and went home, deciding I'd already put up with too much shit that night, and decided to go to sleep. The next morning the police rang my doorbell to take my statement, and I told them the guy managed to run off. The police showed me some photographs to see if I could ID a suspect, but nothing came of it. He was from out of town, you could tell by his accent, and that was the end of it. I'm glad the little girl managed to get home safe. So creepy, wannabe uncle dude? Let's not meet again. I was a freshman in high school, staying at UC Berkeley for a summer academic program. I shared a dorm room with 2 other girls in an old building. There was a single bed on one side of the room, a tiny window, a desk in the middle, and a bunk bed on the other side. The 3 girls I roomed with were in different sections of the program, so we were never together. I had come into the room late, used my phone's light to set my shit down, turned it off, and quietly climbed into bed in the top bunk. I shut my eyes and fell asleep for what felt like an hour. I woke up to the girl on the other side of the room calling my name. I rolled over and hissed, "What?" Her voice shook as she said, There's someone in here with us. I saw them come in and rummage through our things. I instantly went from sleepy to alert, but was still confused. The girl was saying things like, "Please don't hurt us, take whatever you want, just please leave us alone," over and over, whilst the intruder's response was silence. At this point, my heart is pounding, and I'm too scared to even look off the side of the bunk. The girl starts crying, and the roommate beneath me is now awake. My fight or flight is kicking in hard, so I slid between the wall and the bed down to the bunk beneath me. I had my phone, but I had no service. The other girl had no service. We tried frantically to see if we could look up a phone number for security, but we got nothing. The girl across the room is still begging and pleading with the intruder. I tell her to get her ass outside, so she sprints over to the desk and into our bunk. I grab her and say, "Where is he? Is he still in the closet?" She says she doesn't know, but she knows he's in there. I look around and it's too dark to tell. Fear is starting to take over, and I tell the girls that I'll run and turn on the light switch near our door. We outnumber him and take him on. They are too shaky to agree. I'm about to leave these girls because they're paralyzed with fear, and I tell them to run as I hold the door open and they can sprint out. It was like a movie because one of the girls goes, "No, I won't let that happen. If we run together." So we link arms and sprint to the door at full speed, make it down the hall, and barrel down to where the leader of the program slept. Security was called and the room was checked. No one was there. Maybe they escaped. We were all so shaken up that we ended up changing dorms. For a few years I thought that I had barely escaped death or rape, but eventually I came to the realization that none of it was real. The figure my roommate saw come into the room was me. She had assumed I was already in the room sleeping. She didn't see me climb into bed because of the angle, and me shutting off my phone. The three of us thought we were going to die, and it was me. I laugh so hard when I think about it now, but for years, it was the creepiest experience of my lifetime. I was in college in 2009, and I used to drive a little manual two-door car. I was walking out of a big box store one night, and there's this disheveled woman in hysterics outside. She's claiming her boyfriend took her paycheck to go get high, and now she can't get home. "Well, where's home?" I ask. She answered that it's in a town that was probably 20 minutes away. But for me, it wasn't that far out of my way to help the random crying lady. During the car ride, she acts more and more fidgety, and tells me her history of drug abuse and her abusive druggy boyfriend, and how she probably won't be able to pay rent and everything like that. Meanwhile, we're driving out to the more secluded parts of town, and the drive is taking longer and longer. About halfway through the drive, she mentions that she has a host of mental illnesses, schizophrenia, bipolar, etc. And now, I'm beginning to wonder about the truth of her story. But whatever. That explains the fidgeting, especially if she's just finished with her panic attack. Finally, after 45 minutes of driving, we reach a house with no lights and no cars there. She told me she lived there with her kids and her mum, and she starts to fumble around to hand me money for gas. I told her not to worry about it, because my mileage is fine and she needs to pay the rent. She hesitated then, and I'm not sure if she hesitated because I was not accepting the money, or because she was thinking of doing something else. But I was in the middle of nowhere, near an empty house. I turned on my GPS, with directions to home, to indicate that I was leaving. Pretty quickly she got out the car, went into a completely different direction away from the empty house, and into the woods. I never saw her again, and I'm not sure if she was just scared or if she was trying to lure me out to the middle of nowhere for whatever reason. A part of me hopes she really was just coming down after a panic attack and got left in the parking lot by her abusive druggy boyfriend, and she was just jittery because it was all happening to her there and then. I definitely started getting freaky, that something was not quite right. I've thought about it before, and thinking that if it was Jubia, something must have changed her mind. Back in college, my friends and I got into the habit of exploring abandoned buildings. We've seen some incredible places, and have gotten some pretty cool souvenirs. I don't really condone taking stuff from some buildings, but if it's about to be torn down and contractors have taken out everything they deem worth something, then I'd gladly take that depression glass they left behind. But I digress. It's a small group of friends that goes exploring with me, and I love introducing new people to it. A friend of mine had asked me on several occasions if I could take him somewhere, because he never went exploring before. I decided to take him to an old paper factory that didn't have much inside, but had an absolutely beautiful view of the city from the roof. Also, it was incredibly easy to get in and out of. We went with a few other people, but two of my friends had decided to wait outside for us, since they had been in the building a few too many times and didn't find it interesting anymore. As we went in to climb inside, a drunk couple came out, which is not unusual. A lot of people use the building to smoke and drink, and we asked if there were many people inside. They said they thought it was mostly empty, but they heard someone banging around a few floors up, and it had startled them. They said he sounded angry, and that maybe we should avoid the roof. Since we weren't there to drink or anything, the roof was our only goal, so we decided to take our chances and head up. After all, it's a massive building, and we didn't think that we would run into the guy. We walk up 10 flights of stairs and climb the ladder to the roof, and my friend is very impressed with the awesome view. As we were about to head back down, my friend waiting on the street calls us. He says that a man has passed out in the street, and the two of them pulled him out of the way of traffic and called an ambulance. They suggested that we wait on the roof to avoid exiting the building while the cops are there. Neither of us can afford the $5,000 fine or 2 weeks in jail for looking at the city from an abandoned building. We wait, but we probably shouldn't have waited on the roof. We get the all clear from my friend to come back down, and we head to the ladder. My friend goes first, and then our flashlight dies. The ladder is tricky to get onto, especially when you can't see as it's missing some rungs. So I come down very slowly in the dark, afraid of hurting myself. I hop down, and my friend tells me very quietly that he hears someone in the room next to us. I shrug it off. We already know people are in the building. Then the screaming starts. At first, it almost sounds like one of my friends who waited outside is yelling my name. I hesitate at the top of the stairs, just outside the door of the room the screaming is coming from, trying to decide if it's him, and he's playing some sort of prank. The guy I came into the building with grabs my wrists, and we start running down the stairs at this point. It's obvious it's not my friend, and it's just guttural intense screaming. We start running down the stairs and then hear a really loud banging to go with the screaming. It sounds like this guy has a very heavy set of objects that he's swinging at the walls and exposed pipes with. There is only one flight of stairs because every other way down is out of order freight elevators. So we are trapped in this stairwell, and it's 10 flights until we reach the ground floor. So we have to book it to the opposite side of the factory and back out the hole we climbed through. Besides screaming and swinging that heavy object, we hear him barreling down the stairs behind us. But he is at least 1 floor behind. Whatever he is using to hit the walls and pipes with is clearly enough to do some sort of damage to our skulls, because a bit of brick chipped off the walls and followed us down the steps, and that's when my friend grabs my wrists again and throws me through the nearest door. We've only made it 3 floors down, and at the beginning of each flight of steps, there is only one door that opens onto the entire level. In other words, it's painfully obvious where we've gone. After flying into this room, we notice it's been gutted like every other floor, but more of the windows are boarded up and it's very dark. All that's in this room to hide behind us and pillars. We get behind one and huddle together. This guy stops outside the doorway in the room that we're in, and he's still screaming. It's terrifying. And he starts swinging his weapon around and slashing into the doorframe. We're sure he's going to come in, and the only way out is the door he's currently standing in. Neither of us look around the pillar to see the guy, and we have no idea what his weapon is. Nearly 4 minutes pass, and he hasn't stopped screaming. For whatever reason, he doesn't come into the room we're in, but starts running down the stairs. We can hear him hitting pipes and smacking the walls, and we just wait. We have 7 floors to go down, and we could still pass him at any doorway on the way down. Eventually the screaming and the banging stops, and we still think we should wait. But that's when we hear something from a different corner of our room. There is just enough light from a window in the back that hasn't been boarded up that we see a figure get up off the floor. This person has been in the room the entire time. This person is in front of the only light source, so we see a totally black figure that is now shuffling towards us without making a sound. It is exactly like a zombie movie, and we run. We don't bother to find out what this person's deal is, and temporarily forget about the first clearly dangerous guy. For an asthmatic, I hauled ass down the stairs and never paused to catch my breath once. As we are reaching the bottom of the stairwell, the screaming starts again. It's coming from the room next to us, but we don't stop running. The hole in the wall that we climbed through to get to the building is yards away, and this man comes crashing out of the room behind us. We never look back and climb through the hole so fast I don't even remember doing it. Our 2 friends are waiting for us, and we throw ourselves into the car. They ask what's happened, because apparently that man was so loud that they could hear him screaming and breaking things from outside the building. They thought we were making all the noises, and were going to give it a few minutes before calling us to remind us that the police were still patrolling the area for drunk, underage college students, and that we should probably be quiet. We tell them what happened, and decide to carry on with our plans for the night, because a beer was totally necessary after all of that. I grew up on an island in Alaska, and lived on the same property since birth to high school graduation. Our house had 2 stories, and the downstairs had a bathroom, furnace room, storage room, entryway, and rec room. One of the walls had some plywood pieces up, so that we could feed extension cords through it to our crawl space. We had a C-shaped driveway that you could enter from one side, and then park in the carport and then just drive towards the exit. The crawl space consisted of 2 big water tanks, because we caught our own rainwater. We also used this area for storage. The space was 10 by 15, but only 3 feet high. You had to lift a cover up to get into the water tanks, and you could only enter the crawl space from the side of the house. It was a 2 by 2 door that we kept a master lock on but never actually locked. Our dog Brewster had an area to the side of the house as well. He had a big fenced area, his own stairway and porch, which was half covered, and he had a doghouse. During the summer, we had black bears in our yard most nights, and Brewster would give a quick bark to let them on their way. We knew his barks, There were 4 of us in the family: my parents, myself, and my older brother, who is 2 years older and has Down syndrome. My brother was in special education at school, and there were other kids who would come into the same room, but just once in a while throughout the day, because they had similar disabilities and were able to keep up some of their general classes. But some of the kids had discipline problems or mental illness. My brother was loved by the school kids, and everyone knew him. One day, a native kid that was about 15 came to our door and wanted to play with Travis. We thought it was odd, because Travis had moderate Downs, and he didn't really like playing with other kids. He liked watching kids play. Travis liked watching movies and listening to music. My mum asked the kid what his name was, and he said he was Mark, and he knew Travis from junior high the year prior, because he would go into Travis's class sometimes for help with his homework. I remember him staring at me a little too much, and he didn't seem like someone who was mentally challenged. My mother let him come in but kept a watchful eye on them. Travis seemed like he didn't want him there, and my mum told Mark that we were having dinner soon and told him it was time for him to go. My mum found out that he had moved into the area where we lived, but it was still a little away. He had been in and out of foster care for most of his life. His parents were abusive addicts. I think he came over another time and my mum felt bad for him, and she really felt as if something was off. She felt like he was coming over because of me. My mum politely told him that Travis didn't really like having visitors, and he seemed okay with that, and never came over again. My parents went to a church service on Wednesday evenings, and would be gone a couple of hours. I would stay home with Travis. At the time I was 11 and he was 13. I started helping out the church nursery when I was 9, and when I turned 11, my best friend and I took a babysitting course, which included CPR and first aid. We would babysit together, and at age 12 started babysitting on our own. My mum was a homemaker, and would always be home except for Wednesday's church service. My parents didn't drink, didn't do drugs nor smoke, and I can only remember my parents going out a few times when we were in need of a babysitter. I would leave the downstairs door unlocked for my parents when they were going to be gone only a couple of hours. I was expecting them home in half an hour, and was surprised when I heard the downstairs door open. I thought I must not have heard the car pull up, and Travis was up past his bedtime, so I quietly tell Travis to go to his bedroom and get to bed. I start walking through the kitchen to the top of the stairs, and I call out, "Mum? Dad?" and I hear the footsteps stop. And I'm looking down the stairs, and I can see men's work boots and jeans. This is not my parents. The way the stairs are set up, you could see the bottom half of someone without descending the stairs. I'm scared to death, and I run to Travis, who is going down the hall, and I grab him and drag him to my parents' bedroom, because it's the only room that locks and has a phone. Now, I don't mean this in a rude way, but Down kids can be very stubborn, so my brother just wants to go to his room. But I get him to sit down on the bed, and I'm trying to keep him in the room whilst I'm grabbing a gun, and I call my neighbour. I can hear him walking around downstairs still. My neighbour answers her phone immediately, and I whisper to her that someone is in the house and that I'm scared. She told me to come out onto the front porch and she'll be there. I get the courage to run down the door, and I get outside. Thankfully she's in our driveway, and she has her hound dog with her. She lets me know that she's going to enter the house through the downstairs. She disappears from sight, but comes back quickly and tells me that the door is locked, so she makes her way upstairs. She gets to the top when we hear the downstairs door open and the crunching of gravel as the intruder runs off. She lets go of her dog, and the dog chases the person into the woods. The dog came back 10 minutes later, and our neighbour sat with us until my parents got home. The police were never called, because I think my parents assumed it was a neighbour's boy screwing with me. We live in a safe place, where the only thing you have to worry about are bears and an occasional wolf. A week after this incident, our dog would bark for 15 minutes after we went to bed consistently every night. We would look out the windows and saw nothing. We figured it was bears because it was springtime and Brewster's was probably just getting used to them again. A couple of months the barking still happened. I had my best friend stay the night, and we would always stay in the downstairs so that we can be louder and stay up as late as we'd like. Kate had a brother that was 7 years older, and we'd ask him to bring us booze. All the kids were starting their vices at our age. It was a little after midnight, and her brother never showed up, and Brewster never barked that night either. We were sitting on the stairs braiding each other's hair, when we both got a feeling as if someone were looking at us. We looked over, and there was a guy staring into the window. We ran upstairs in panic. We thought perhaps it was her brother, but he wouldn't have come to the window and spy on us. The face also seemed a bit darker than his, but we had the lights on downstairs, and there were no lights by that window outside, so it was hard to tell who it was. We didn't want to wake my parents up just in case it was her brother, so we waited 30 minutes and went back down to grab our stuff and went to sleep in my bedroom for the night. The next day we spoke to her brother, and he said it wasn't him. That night, Brewster's was back to barking again. 2 more months go by, and I had gone to bed and heard Brewster's bark, and I looked out my window and as usual didn't see anything. I had just dozed off again, and woke up to Brewster's barking frantically. I looked out my window, and I see a guy running out of our driveway. I thought about waking my parents, but we had a trail on the side of our house that kids used to use to run to the road behind ours. The neighborhood was on the side of a mountain, so all the kids used trails to get straight through to another road instead of using the main roads. I'd never seen someone come out of that part of the driveway because the trail was on the south side of the house, along with the crawl space and Brewster's area. My room was the only room on the north side. I decided to go back to sleep and was tossing and turning. 15 minutes go by, and I smell smoke. I go to the hall and the smell is a lot stronger, and it's starting to get hazy in Travis's room, which was directly across from mine. I scream, "Fire! Fire! Wake up!" My parents are up, but Travis doesn't want to get out of bed. But thank God for the strength of adrenaline. We get outside and the flames were pouring out of the crawl space. We get Brewster out of his enclosure, and the neighbours all come out to help us. The firemen were there rather quickly, but the fire had destroyed the crawl space, and my parents and Travis's rooms because they were directly over it. The firemen got the fire out, thankfully, and nobody was physically hurt. This was one of the scariest nights of my life though. I always remember the fire chief kneeling down to speak to me after he'd spoken to my parents, and he said, "Hey Melinda, we believe it was arson." I looked at him with tears streaming down my face and I say in anger, "Who is arson?" Everyone started laughing so hard, and I'm thinking, how is it funny? That damn arson could have killed our family. So he explains what arson is. I'm still actually friends with the old fire chief's son, and I share that story with him often, because his father passed away from cancer when we were teens. His father is the only happy memory I have from that horrific night. The island I grew up on had a city and a village out south. We lived out south but before the village. We had firemen for the south, north and the city. We had state troopers for the island, and the city cops in the city limits. My mum took my brother and I to our family friend's house, and my dad dealt with the fire officials and a state trooper showed up later. After the investigation, My family, neighbours and firemen pieced together that a person had been living in our crawl space for at least 4 months. We knew he set the house on fire on purpose. He used a box of matches. My mum said the first odd thing she noticed was that at night she smelled sulphur. We also knew who did it. It was Mark. His uncle was one of the first firemen who showed up at our house and saw him standing near our driveway watching. My mum had told him my description of what the person was wearing that I saw fleeing from our house, and it was what he was wearing. Behind our house near the crawl space area, my dad found out where he hung out when he wasn't at the crawl space. There was a bunch of cigarette butts, soda cans, which were all found near there. But because our crawl space wasn't locked, our insurance company wouldn't have paid for the repairs. Because of our water tanks, the space was supposed to be locked. So my parents never said anything to the police, and the firemen never said anything. By pursuing this, we could have not had a home, a house my father had built. It took 4 months for our house to be repaired, and it smelt like ozone even years later. What bothers me the most is knowing that he had seen me and my friends undressed numerous times whilst changing in the rec room during tons of sleepovers. Where he had set up shop was right next to the plywood with the holes drilled through. He listened to all our secrets. I never explained to my friends that he'd seen us and heard us during our sleepovers, because I didn't want them to feel sick to their stomachs like I did. I still have issues when it comes to being home alone. I can't sleep if I'm the only adult in the house. I keep the volume on everything very low, and I'm scared to shower. I like to be able to see the front door, and I have night terrors to this day. I'm 34 now, and I've been dealing with the anxiety since the fire and panic attacks since I was 18. Just recently, I was diagnosed with PTSD. When the intruder was in his early 20s, he was caught for burning down a house and was put in jail. All of my childhood toys were stored in the crawl space, along with a lot of our family's sentimental possessions. But ultimately, I lost a hell of a lot more than just some possessions that night. When I was 10 years old, I had a really freaky thing happen to me at my house. I woke up in the middle of the night, really thirsty. It was around 1 in the morning, and the entire house was dark. I got out of bed and went downstairs to get a drink. Conveniently, my mother had just gotten up to do the same thing. We head downstairs to the kitchen for some water, and right when we got to the kitchen, a car randomly pulled into our driveway, and a man got out. My mother and I are standing in our kitchen as we watch him very aggressively start coming towards our door. He was wearing a hoodie and black gloves, really big burly dude. Right before he reached the door, my mum flipped on the light. Since the entire house was dark, he couldn't see us, but we could see him. The instant the light flipped on, he stopped, looked right at us, and ran back into his car and hauled us out of the driveway and down the road. We never saw the guy again, and I don't know if he was trying to break in or what he was planning to do, but I had nightmares about it for weeks. Scared the shit out of me. It was 2001, and my friend and I were both 17. And driving back from a late movie to my house one night. I lived in a pretty rural area in Maine, about 20 minutes from the nearest town. As we were driving down the highway through the woods, we passed a median with a car sitting in it, facing in the oncoming direction, with all its lights turned off. Right after we drove past it, it flashed its lights, did a 3-point turn, and began driving behind us. We giggled that, oh, it must be a gang initiation. We're gonna get murdered. Because this was Maine, and that obviously was not happening. The turnoff for my road was a few miles away, and this car stayed behind us the whole time. We made the left turn, and the car kept going down the highway. Phew. But 30 seconds later, we realized that the car must have backed up on the highway and made the turn after us. Now we were getting a little worried. There was still one more road to turn down before we got to my house, and this was way in the woods. And the car did the same thing, backed up and made the left after us, and now we were legit freaked. I had a long driveway, and the car followed us right into the driveway and almost up into my house, which had all the lights on because my mother was home. We ran into my house just in time to see the mystery car reverse back down the driveway and drive off. To this day, we still have no idea why the car was following us, if they thought that we were someone else, or if they actually had bad intentions and only changed their minds when they saw that my house lights were on. Since we only ever saw the front of the car, we never got a license plate or any better description other than a blue car. In freshman year of middle school, there was a once-a-week group therapy session with developmentally delayed kids that involved them doing some craft activity or playing with Legos or watching a movie as a group. It was half normal kids, half DD kids, and the normal kids could sign up for it. I signed up pretty much instantly, as it meant an escape from history once a week. One of my best friends at the time had the same idea, and it basically turned into a second lunch period for us. The whole thing was overseen by a therapist named Bruce, and it was generally pretty laid back. Bruce was an overweight 50-ish balding guy with an attitude and general appearance of Santa Claus. He ran most of the school's extracurricular activities and was pretty much universally liked. The other important player in this school was a kid I'll call G. You know the stereotype of psychopaths being obsessed with animal torture as kids? Well, this was dead on G. He would regularly tell these long, excited stories during group time about how much fun he had last week tearing the leg off a squirrel that he caught in his live trap, or other similar things. Most of us had sort of ignored him, and it was just assumed that he would talk and make up gross stuff to get attention. So one week, we were playing with Play-Doh. Since it was a DD group, the huge tub of Play-Doh had long since assumed a uniform shade of turd brown, and the general drive was to get people to build things and tell stories about them. Most people just built dinosaurs or threw clay at each other. G, for whatever reason, had a huge flat square slab laid out and was building 4 large pillars on the corner. He eventually put a roof on it, which wouldn't stay on due to the lack of interior supports. The normal kids would always leave a few minutes earlier as the group time ran into the start of next period and we would need to get to class. I was no different and walked out whilst Bruce and the other kids were smashing Play-Doh, giggling and throwing chunks of turd dough back into the bin. I got to my next class and the teacher wasn't there. Nobody knew what was going on, and about 10 minutes later she showed up, looking frazzled, and would not give us any other information other than something happened. Being 6th graders, we went nuts with speculation. A few hours later, I ran into a friend from the group who was visibly jumpy and disturbed. He wouldn't tell me why, other than mentioning that group therapy would be cancelled indefinitely. I kept prying for information and eventually got the story out of him. So during the cleanup, the Play-Doh had been compacted back into the tub, and this involved lots of smashing Play-Doh sculptures. A bit that the DD kids greatly enjoyed at this point, when they tried to smash other people's stuff. G's house was one of the last things to go. He smashed down 2 columns and let one of the other DD kids smash one of the others, and finally dared Bruce to smash the last one really hard. The last one had a pocket knife in it. We never saw either Bruce or G ever again. June. My partner Johnny comes upstairs and finds it's cute how I'm checking him out on OkCupid. I'm confused as I haven't logged in lately, like in months. How could I have been looking at his account on OkCupid? So I log in and check it out. There's a list of 7 or so people that have also been checked out from my account today alone. Johnny is included, and also someone I work with. Well, that's embarrassing. Nope, wasn't me. So it's time to change my password. The next day at work, I was sure to bring it up and laugh about the fact that my OkCupid account was hacked to the person who was last in my viewed list. I didn't want this person thinking that I actually looked at his account. We work too closely together, and I already get the impression that he may see me more than just his boss. It always pleased him that his luggage tags printed his middle name and first initials as Christ T. This is not the type of person who should see his own name written out like he's God's gift to earth. I'll refer to him as Chris. Chris just laughed off the OkCupid hacking comment I made. I found it strange. He had no questions or comments on the subject. Most people would at least ask if you've changed your password, but nothing from Chris. So I brushed off the situation, and a few days later, I was out of office for work. Johnny messages me saying that it happened again, that I checked him out on OkCupid. No, I didn't, but I changed my password again. Now it's July. It's a weekend. I'm having a lazy morning in bed with Johnny, and I get a Facebook notification. Your account has been logged in from a new location. The IP address points to Chris's hometown. My heart's racing. What the hell is going on? I take care of the Facebook password and screenshotted the notification. Later that night, I get a text from Chris. Happy 4th, boss. I assume he's drunk. I'm worried about being caught having his access to my Facebook revoked so quickly. No, it can't be him doing this. It's just a coincidence, right? Johnny is convinced it's Chris, but that means someone I work with on a very small team is targeting me. This will make work nearly impossible. I can't talk to anyone at work about this. I'll have no way to run my departments. The situation will get minimalized. Chris drank a lot. I'd seen it at work events or when we just travelled just the 2 of us. He often got out of hand, but everyone just brushed it off. He's young. It was funny. We've all had those nights. But as long as you can show up at work the next day, it's fine. I brought it up with him once. Hey Chris, you need to be more cautious about the way you drink at work events. And then he didn't speak to me for 3 days. I offended him. I told him he's not allowed to have fun at work events. He told me when he finally snapped, and I recoiled. He's 3 times my size, and we're in a secluded space at work. One time whilst travelling with just the 2 of us, I got very sick. I told him I wouldn't make it for our dinner, so Chris offered to pick something up from a nearby store. He knocked on my room door and handed me the water he got me. He tried to make small talk as I thanked him and indicated that I was going to lie down. It was apparent by his stance in my hotel room doorway that he wished to come in. He moved an inch closer and I said goodnight, shut my door, and locked every lock I could. It wasn't the only time that he made me feel uncomfortable. I hadn't noticed any other accounts being hacked for a while. I was cautioned around Chris, even disassociated when I could. I avoided work outings if he was going, and I would just back out of lunch plans that he decided to go to once he knew I was going. But we often had to work very closely. We were a team after all, and I couldn't do my job without him, and him without me. Come November, Johnny was online, checking out his FetLife account one evening. He saw I was also online via the old messenger they used to have, and Johnny asked me if I'm logged in. I'm not. Again, my heart's racing. It's different this time though. The violations are beginning to feel commonplace, normal, expected. But this hacking is extreme. No one outside my FetLife friends know about this account. Definitely no one I work with, and there are some faceless nude photos of me there. I reached out to FetLife. They gave me the IP address of the last login. It's the same as the Facebook hack. Shit. I can't avoid this anymore. I can't just pretend it's just coincidences. But I need proof it's Chris. All I have is an IP address and an intuition. I can't take that to HR. The police, maybe? Will they help? Or will it make matters worse if they need to contact my employer? I start looking into the logging history of any account that tracks it. My bank account. Why is there an iPhone logged into it daily? I don't have an iPhone. But Chris does. Shit. This is real. This is happening. So I call the bank when I'm at work. I ask them about the unknown logging, and Chris is at his desk, right next to mine. The conversation is easily overheard. I hang up with the bank, and they can't help. Chris doesn't say a thing. Under normal conditions, I feel that a co-worker would inquire. Wow, is everything okay? Did you change your password? Did money go missing? Nothing from him though. So out of character. He's always interested in my personal life, but at this moment he chooses to remain silent? The next weekend, I wake up to a phone call. The caller is calling from my phone number. My heart skips a beat, but I answer. No one responds. I just hear breathing. I'm losing my sanity. I've spent weeks, months researching IP addresses and how I might be able to use the information I have. I've lost sleep. I can't focus at work. Johnny is worried about me and my safety, and so am I. But what do I do? Johnny suggests we go to the police. I don't want to, but I'm at a dead end. The officer is kinder and more receptive to the situation than I expected. This serves as a reminder to me that this is a big deal. I shouldn't minimalize it in my own thoughts. She takes the report, every detail, and they will use the IP to subpoena the ISP. Weeks go by. The officer on my case claims there's no crimes. The ISP records were never obtained. December comes along. My work email keeps doing this strange thing. Messages I've read keep being marked as unread. Weird. Is it him or just multiple devices I used to check it on? I don't know. I can't tell. The server doesn't keep a login history, that I can see at least. Should I talk to IT? I know them well. They will help. But that will make the situation real and known at work. No, not yet. I can't bring myself to do it. I can't do this anymore though. My heart is constantly racing. The slightest noise sends me into a panic. I get a security camera from my front door. I worry a little bit less when I hear the door slam from the wind. or when the dog barks at someone they hear. I'm becoming comfortable living in fear, as much as it is impacting my health. At least I have the pepper spray that John got me, and I carry it whenever I'm outside. Chris and I have shared accounts that we use for work. Maybe I can get an IP address from that. If it matches that, there's some proof, right? What if I send him an IP tracker? I've learned you can place an invisible pixel in an email, and it will send you the IP address of where it was read. All I have of Chris is his work email and Gmail. I test both on myself first, of course. I can't take the risk of him figuring out what I'm doing to him. And damn it, our work emails block it, and Gmail reroutes it to their HQ. Another dead end. More hours, days and weeks pass. I've called private investigators, and they're impressed. I've tried the tactics they already have at their disposal. I feel confident that I'm doing all I can, but more lost that the professionals can't help. 3 months later in February, it's my last attempt. It's a week before I have a 7-day out-of-country trip with Chris. It's on a large group this time, but I'll still be working very close with him. Too close. I send Chris an email with a shortened link that will track an IP address from where it was clicked from. I've tested this and it seems to work, but I'm shaking. What if it tips him off? What if he knows I'm onto him and he attacks me at work? What do I send him to get him to click? I find a local event that this particular breed of neckbeard would be interested. Hey Chris, I saw this and thought you might be interested. 5 minutes later Chris replies, pure panic, no, excitement. Maybe a mix of both sets in. I don't care what he replies. I check the IP tracker. I got a hit. I'm shaking. I can barely type or hold my phone. It's the same IP address as the Facebook and FetLife hack I got. I have the proof I need. It's Chris who's been stalking me via my accounts. My intuition was right. As much as I didn't want it to, it confirmed that it was him. There's relief. A weight has been removed. But then it sets back. What do I do now? Go to HR? Back to the police? We've got this trip coming up. My team needs to be there when I do the job. I'll wait till I get back. It's not that bad. I'm used to living like this now. Johnny thinks I'm insane for considering it. He's right. I am. I've lost touch with reality. This situation has me unable to determine what levels of uncomfortable one can and should live with. All night, I debate the decision I've made. I won't wait. I'll do it now. I text my boss Jay the next day, asking him to meet me for lunch on Sunday. I need to speak with you away from the office. This is not a normal request. We're close at work, but this is bizarre to him. He tells me I'm scaring him, and I wish that I can tell him not to worry. The following day, we meet for lunch. I'm so nervous I could vomit. This is it. This makes it all real now. And I tell him everything. I'm worried that he may minimize the issue. Chris is just a kid, he didn't mean anything. I'll talk to him tomorrow. These are my worries. And after I finish speaking, Jay is at a loss for words. We have a plan in place to take this to HR tomorrow. And he is already helping me find someone to replace Chris on our work trip. Again, I'm relieved and nervous at the same time. Shit is going down tomorrow. 7 months of living in fear, and finally, I can see an end. Then comes Monday. My pepper spray is in my pocket. I picked a work outfit that would conceal it today. Jay calls me, asks me for a question. I don't remember what, but I take it as an invitation to go into his office. Anything to get away from the person I know, without a doubt, has been hacking and stalking me. Jay wasn't expecting me, but understood. The department head is in his office. Jay is about to inform him of my situation. Having my story told by a third party was surreal. I filled in the details where needed and gave them a folder of evidence, which I had collected to take to HR. Screenshots, IP addresses, written accounts of the timelines up to this point, the emails from Chris confirming his involvement, and the IP from the IP tracker. The day is a haze. I was at HR's office at least twice, saw the police drive through the campus, and had to fight my way with the HR director. He didn't feel that I had enough evidence to prove the email I sent to Chris's Gmail was actually the Chris that worked here. I dug through my work email. Bam. He emailed my work email from his Gmail account once. Enough evidence for our non-believers. Hours go by. It's almost 3 p.m. and I don't know what's going on. If I keep leaving my desk, Chris will know something's up. I can't call HR and ask, he'll hear the conversation. Chris walks over to me. "Oh shit," he says. He's shoving his work phone in my face too close for comfort. He got an invite to go to HR for 4 p.m. I'm screaming inside. No one else is around. If he's going to do something to me, now is the time. That notice is the forewarning of being fired. That's how they do it at my job. I manage to look concerned and tell him, "I'll let you know if I get one," insinuating maybe our team is being let go, not just you. He walks away, no idea where to. I sit at my desk shaking in fear. I don't know when he will return. How could HR betray me like this? They know the situation. Damn it, they should have warned me if they're about to send it. I could have fled. I could have been somewhere safe. Mike stops at my desk just to say hi and offer me some leftover catering. I can't eat right now. But in this moment, Mike has offered me so much more than just the leftovers. He has no idea of what's going on, but can see in my face that something is wrong. I ask to walk back to his office with him. Chris will never find me there. An hour or forever passes. It's got to be done by now. I know Chris will be escorted back to gather his things, and I don't want to be there for that. I sneak to Jay's office. He checks the area for me, and Chris is gone. Jay heard from HR. As per HR, I'm not allowed to speak to anyone as to why Chris was fired, which is ridiculous. Are they serious? This leaves me so vulnerable. If Chris decides to come back to work, no one would stop him. In fact, they would welcome him with open arms, and I'm left looking like the bitch that fired the nice, quiet kid. Later that week, the IT department took a few extra days to gather Chris's devices. I had time to look through them during the period. The days before our trip were one of so much discovery. Not just what I found on his computer, but what I learned from the people around me. The day after he was fired, I looked into his laptop. It had no issues of getting into his files. I was Chris's boss. I needed his work. His picture folders, a lot of personal stuff, stupid memes, vacation pictures, screenshots of the naked cam girls he chatted with, and me. Some pictures I had never seen before. Some I had. The pictures I was familiar with were from a cruise I went on months earlier with Johnny. Only, these were the ones I deleted. I had a GoPro set to take a picture every 10 minutes that hung from my wrist. While walking around, I inadvertently took close-ups of my ass in a swimsuit. Upon importing my vacation pictures, I deleted those from my computer. Were they still on my card? Then there were some pictures from my Google account. Well, it was pictures of a picture on a screen. He got into my Google account too? Why didn't I catch that one? Then the ones I'd never seen. Pictures that had been taken around the office and on work trips. Me at my desk. Me bent over, setting up gear. A close-up of a hint of cleavage shot from above. His phone was more of the same. A close-up of my arse when he sat behind me. Me struggling with an AV rack in a closet whilst in a dress. Videos from under a table during my meeting whilst I'm wearing a skirt. Zoomed in up the skirt. Pictures of dates I had written on a post-it. Pictures of my phone showing my FetLife account. The nausea sets in again. I remember all these moments in pictures he'd taken of me. Him nonchalantly on his phone, looking like he was slacking off or answering an email. Little did I know that he was filling his spank bank with images of me during work hours, and keeping a record of my days off. Creep. I got into his browser history. It was sickening. He researched how to hack someone's text messages. He stalked friends of mine on Facebook, as well as my partner. He got onto my Amazon, Gmail, Facebook, FetLife, work email, OkCupid and bank account. He read old emails of past relationships and stalked images from events I went to. There was hard evidence now. I took it to the local police near work. They couldn't handle it, so I went to the country prosecution office. Most people wouldn't think of that. It was suggested by Johnny's friends. They had a computer forensics department that could handle the case. I met an amazing detective. He took my packet of evidence and listened to the whole story. It's becoming easier to tell, especially when it focuses in on the facts. At my office, I learned more about Chris, how he slandered me to my co-workers. I know I couldn't tell the people I worked with why Chris was fired. But for my safety, I knew I had to tell a few people, just the ones close enough to me. Once they knew the story, I heard things from them like, Chris would complain I didn't pay him enough. He lied and said he made only half of what he actually did to his co-workers. I even fought to get him above normal raises for 2 years. He lied and said I would withhold work from him, and they usually responded to him by telling him to talk to my boss or HR. Obviously he never did. You can't take lies to HR nor directors. He spread lies around the office, coercing co-workers to take his side, when I wasn't aware that there were sides to be had. From these people, I learned more about the obsession Chris had with me. He craved to have power over me. He showed them my FetLife profile. He bragged about how compatible we are on OkCupid. He even spoke about being obsessed with my partner. He told them that he tried to catfish me. I couldn't blame them though. Chris laid the groundwork and a bit of gaslight on them. To them, I was a bad person, and Chris was their friend. Chris was really good at playing the victim, and was never able to take any self-responsibility. 9 months went by. I followed up with the detective often. It took a good while to subpoena his evidence from my company, then run forensics, and in early September I got a call from the detective. They arrested Chris. They showed up early one morning at his home, where he still lived with his parents, and he admitted to everything. He took the card from the GoPro and recovered the images. He got my password once, when I was walking away from my computer, and he went through my phone when it was left at my desk. I would have loved to have been a fly on the wall. The shock to his family of the type of person who he actually is. Him, cowering whilst in handcuffs, face to face with what he'd done. No hiding behind a computer screen anymore. I was on vacation when that happened. I remember thinking, it's not long now till everyone at work knows. He's got a court date set. By then it's public record. I can't help if people know after that point. I didn't have to wait that long though. Later that day, co-workers started sending me a link. Hey, didn't you used to work with this guy? What a creep. The link was to a county prosecutor's PR page announcing Chris's arrest, mugshot and all. I came back to work and was able to have the truth come out. It was liberating. It took another 9 months for his final court date. I worked with prosecutors during that time to determine how I wanted to proceed. I opted for a probation period instead of going through a trial and fighting for jail time. Whilst Chris deserves the jail time, he wasn't worth my time nor effort, and a trial offered him a slim chance of getting off scot-free. Also, this way he would get some much needed counselling. 3 years, no contact with me. 3 years sexual offence counselling. 3 years of checking in with a probation officer. This way, I can at least hope he will come out understanding with what he did was unacceptable, and fingers crossed, he will never do it again to a living human being. I know there was no chance of rehab in jail. During the hearing I was nervous. I didn't want to see Chris, but I knew whatever I was feeling, he was feeling 1,000 times worse. I didn't have to go, but I knew I would regret it if I didn't. With my fiancé Johnny at my side, I watched as he got up in front of the judge after he cried in the courtroom and agreed to the terms of his sentence. His mum glared at me the whole time, as though this was all my fault. so that's where he gets it from. I am a 25-year-old woman living in Canada, and my 12-year-old half-brother Jake lives in Texas with my father. Long story short, my dad had a child with another woman. Unfortunately, he is an extremely immature parent. He tries to control Jake's contact by limiting between me and my other siblings. Won't go into too much detail, but luckily, we've both found ways to keep in touch. So I'm just chilling, browsing on my phone, and I get a message from Jake on Hangouts. I didn't really want to talk to him at the moment, because he was being rude earlier, but then he tells me that he's scared. Jake isn't very easily scared. He's kind of an intense and mischievous kid, so when he told me that, I was concerned, and asked him what's up. He tells me there is someone that's been knocking on the door for a while. Mind you, it's 10:30 PM on a Monday night. Then I ask him where our dad is, and he said that he pissed off to a bar down the road. I ask him for more details, and he said the guy's pounding on the door and yelling who's in there. I tell him to stay away from the door. He needs to get to a phone and call the police ASAP. He then tells me that they don't even have a landline, and he doesn't have a cell. Cool. I guess my dad has Hangouts too though, because Jake was able to reach him and my dad apparently called the police from the bar, and he said he'd be there shortly. I told Jake I'd stay with him over Hangouts until someone arrived, and he said he was still scared because this dark figure was walking around the front door and pounding on it. He even said that someone drove by and the guy stopped, but continued after whoever drove by. This sent shivers down my spine, as this person knew what they were doing and probably had sinister intentions. I continued to talk to him. My uncle, who lives down the street from them, did come over, and the cops eventually did too. Jake says once my uncle pulled up, the knocking ceased entirely, but my dad was still not present by the time they all arrived. There wasn't much I could do besides read how scared he was, and this made me all the more angry with my father for leaving a 12-year-old home alone at this hour with a sick guy who clearly must have known someone was home. Nothing ever came of it and he was never found, but whoever this twisted guy was, let's never meet again, for your sake. I paid a visit to a local nightclub called the Happy Red Onion, taking part in the Wednesday social club party. The restaurant is divided in two parts, the bar and the disco. At one point, I went to the disco side of the restaurant. I ordered just a huge pint of ice water, and then a random guy approached me, asking me if I could buy him a pint of beer. With all the politeness imaginable, I told him that unfortunately it wouldn't be possible. In all honesty, I don't see why I should buy a random guy a beer at all. And would you guess what happened next? The man started spontaneously accusing me of harassing women and underage girls trying to get attention. He then suggested that everyone present at the restaurant would have known it too. However, he claimed that if I'd bought him a beer, he would have just left me alone. He even invited me to join him and some friends on their table. I didn't understand. His behaviour enlarged into such measures that I had to turn to the bartender in order to get some help. Only rarely in my life had I felt so threatened, and such fear from such an individual. The bartender instructed me to go to one of the sides of the bar, and the bully to go to the other. I don't understand how he could be accusing me of harassing underage girls, since they couldn't even get into any nightclubs here in Finland. After that, I sat down on my table on my side of the bar. The guy still approached me, asking me why I was there. He then began accusing me of being a predator to young girls. The bartender noticed, came along, and in a loud voice ordered the guy to go outside, or he would be evicted. From that moment onwards, the evening was fine, but apparently 15 minutes before closing, There was a fight between some people outside. I'm unsure if he was involved, maybe he just wanted a brawl. But either way, that physical confrontation was unpleasant, and I'm still a little bit in shock. When I was a younger woman, I moved, all alone to Atlanta for an internship. I was dirt poor, so I took public transit everywhere I went. I encountered plenty of creeps on the train, but was always able to get them to back off or sneakily escape into the crowd. On my last day, I took the train to the airport. A very large man approached me in a familiar style. He was both much taller and broader than I, casually dressed, maybe even cheaply. I followed my usual protocols, not smiling and not saying anything, holding on tight to all possessions, and being ready to bolt if necessary. I don't think he asked for me to do anything. His interests weren't explicitly sexual or flirtatious. He just talked to me intermittently, with cool confidence, of someone who thinks you're not going anywhere. I wasn't too worried, but I didn't have the usual luxury of sneaking away and catching the next train. I had to be at the airport. I got off the train. He got off the train. There was no subterfuge about this. No, oh, I'm going to the airport too. At this point, he was deliberately, explicitly walking with me. Still not flirting. Still not asking for anything. Not my number, not anything. He got on the escalators with me. He closed his hands over mine on my rolling suitcase handle, and I kept my grip tight on the handle, thinking, what the hell? Is he going to try and steal it? I should have yanked it away from him, but I was so surprised and scared by the weird, inexplicable move in the now familiar game of cat and mouse that I didn't react at all. I just held on tight, hoping, praying that I was strong enough to keep my own. There were enough people around it that I could make a scene if I wanted to. Looking back, not reacting to this was really stupid. But I was young and completely out of sorts. It would have been easy under the circumstances to say, hey, get your dirty hands off my suitcase. But I wasn't raised to be reactive or combative like that. This wasn't part of my instinct repertoire. He started looking around as if he were trying to formulate a plan, and at this point I was afraid. I don't exactly remember what happened next. It's like he just changed his mind and walked away. I made my flight to Atlanta and left. But what the hell was on his mind going through the whole encounter? Why follow someone so far for no reason? Why make that specific grab? What the hell was that? It wasn't the only time I've had a stranger act as if they know me, but this guy didn't seem deranged or even slightly off. It was the weirdest thing. My story takes place 19 years ago. I am a female and was 16 at the time. I'm 5'7", and I was around 130 pounds, and I like to think that I'm strong, but I couldn't take on two young men. So it begins, with my mother and stepfather going away on vacation, and leaving my 17-year-old sister and I home alone. They did this quite often. My parents were not winning any parenting awards. My sister and I didn't get along either. She was a nasty piece of work, and luckily, she decided to go stay at a friend's house while my parents were away. I was nervous about being alone, so I had my boyfriend stay with me. He was a pugnacious dickhead, but I'm glad he was there. So one night, Brett and I were at my house, and we had just started messing around, when I heard a really loud knock at the door. My room was in the basement, but at the landing area between the stairs, there was a window that I could see the stairs that led up into the alcove of our front porch, and I could see two people standing there. and just as I was peeking out to see them better, one of them saw me. I remember feeling the breath sucked out of my chest. There were two young men standing on my front porch. It was almost midnight, and I had no idea who the hell they were. The guy that saw me let his friend know, and they both looked in the window and asked me to come to the door. My boyfriend had gone upstairs to open the door, and I remember freaking out because I told him not to go. I didn't know these people. He was one of those guys who thought he was Mr. Tough Guy and believed that he could fight anyone. He was telling the guys to leave, and just as I joined him at the door, they saw me and called me by name and asked for me to let them in. Brett told them to go away. One guy, I think his name was Wes or Les or something like that, said to come outside and that he just wanted to talk to my boyfriend. I said no thank you, we're going to bed, and shut the door. I was really confused and getting quite frightened. They stood on my doorstep for a few minutes and then started knocking again. Wes, or Les, explained to me through the door that he was my sister's friend and that she had told him that I was home alone and they should come by. I knew my sister, and I believed them. That did not, however, make me stupid. I told them to leave, and they started kicking the door. It was shaking, and I was seriously fearing that it wouldn't hold up. I was so scared that I ran into my kitchen to call the police. I was assured that they would be there very soon, and to lock the doors and to stay on the phone. Meanwhile, Brett was still yelling at them, which only served to piss these guys off more, and I begged for him to shut up, but he would not listen to me. I was locking all the doors and windows upstairs, while Brett went down to check on the doors. Down in the basement, there was a huge mudroom area, and it had a thick wooden door made of 2x4 planks, kind of like a barn door. The door had a big old lock on it, and some spring-loaded turnbolt, and also had a plank to set across it, like a barricade. One of the guys was pounding on this door, and Brett heard him tell the other to try the back door. This stupid door was one of those 1960s things that had a happy little square window right at face level, with a little curtain across it. I was at this door, trying to jam a chair under the flimsy knob, when I looked up and saw an unnamed guy looking at me. I screamed, and the dispatcher asked me if I was okay. I barely squeaked out that one of the guys was looking right at me through the window. He was older than me, probably about 20, and he was tall, and he looked scary as hell. His dark eyes were drilling into me, and he wore this creepy, placid smile on his face. I had never seen this man before, but he knew my name. He tapped on the window with one finger, never breaking eye contact, and said, "Becky, let me in." I couldn't breathe. The knob was rattling as he was messing with it. He said again, "Let me in, Becky. I just want to see if you're okay. I just want to talk." He stared at me. I didn't say a word. I was just 3 feet from him, with my back pressed to the fridge, when suddenly he started beating on the door and screamed, "Let me into this house. If I have to break in, I will kill both of you, so just open the door." He looked maniacal. There was this loud knock on the front door. He gave me the most hateful sneer I'd ever seen, and I heard shouting, and he ran back downstairs and into the woods along the back of my yard. Brett had gone to the door, and it was the cops. There were 2 female officers at the front, and one was just starting to raise her voice, asking where I was when I came to the door too. I was so relieved. I started sobbing, and told them that they had run away through the woods. Luckily, the woods were not very deep. They actually ran along the bank of a large river, and there was just a bridge up there from where the woods met the road. One officer ran around the back, whilst the other stayed to get a full description and take my statements. The first officer came back and spoke with the second one, and she said that she saw them running across the bridge. They both left in a hurry. They hopped in the cruiser and sped off. I was still crying and shaking, but I was absolutely furious at Brett for riling them up. I went to make myself some tea, thinking of all the ways I could kill my sister when she got home. I had so much anger, fear, and adrenaline pumping through me. I could have ripped her to shreds at that very moment. 20 minutes later, the cruiser came back, and there were 2 guys sitting in the back seat, and the officers wanted me to confirm it was the right guys. I looked through the window and saw them. They still looked terrifying to me. They were in cuffs and couldn't get to me. But I would not get close to them. Neither would look at me, and I confirmed it was them. We spoke for a bit, and I told the cops about my sister, suggesting that these 2 men should come see me. The second officer wasn't impressed. I pressed charges for attempted forced entry, property damage, as they had broken a window in the living room, trespassing, disorderly conduct, and attempted assault. Initially, they both pleaded not guilty, but later admitted to some of the charges, and they both got 18 months in jail, and were forbidden from contacting me or my boyfriend ever again, and to be at least 500 meters from me at all times. I never heard from them again. I confronted my sister about it, and of course she denied it. Then laughed about it, laughed at me. She was an awful person. I have no idea what their true intentions were, as they maintained that they were only there to talk to me. I'm thankful that I didn't have to find out. So 2 strangers who just wanted to talk at midnight, let's not meet again. So when I was about 12 or so, I was friends with this girl, Becky. So Becky's mother was really sweet, and she understood that at the time, my home life wasn't ideal. So she would take me on trips out of town to go shopping. Now, being from a really small town, our idea of a shopping trip was going to Walmart. It was me, Becky, and Becky's mum, and another one of our friends. I remember I was looking at ties because I fancied myself some sort of emo kid at the time, when this very old man beckoned for my attention. He looked to be in his 60s or 70s, liver spots, hunch, pure white hair, the works. He pulls out a wallet and kind of croaks out, "Excuse me, miss, but could you help me find the price of this wallet?" So of course, I'm thinking I'll help this guy, because why not? So I teeter over and grab the wallet, and as I'm looking for the price, he leans over and whispers in my ear, "You're a sexy girl. You know that." I turn around, assuming I must be hearing things, and ask if he can repeat itself. He says it again, and proceeds to grab my arm. I look and see that Becky and the others are nowhere to be seen, so I bolt in a completely random direction. I eventually managed to find the front of the store, so I waited for Becky's mother to find me. When she asked where I went, I explained the situation to her, so we left pretty hastily. I don't think I've ever feared for my safety in such a way before, So mysterious Walmart pedo, let's not meet again. A few months ago, I was into an undergrad in Austin, Texas, and had just become comfortable enough with myself to come out of the closet. At the time, there were no dating apps available to find dates, so I used Craigslist. Big mistake. I started chatting with a guy off Craigslist, Craig, and we hit it off, and decided to set a time and place for a date to meet in person. The ad said he was 27, and I was 18 at the time. At first, he was very insistent on meeting at his place, which I later found out was just a trailer, and it kind of made me suspicious. But in his pictures, he was very good looking and had a lovely smile, so I decided to let it go. Eventually, we agreed to get a coffee before going to his place. So the day arrived, and I went to get a coffee and was pretty excited. I had showed my roommate pictures of Craig and talked about how I was really looking forward to meeting him. I showed up at the coffee shop, and he was already there. He actually did look like his picture, so that was a good start. We got a coffee and ended up chatting for several hours before he asked me whether I wanted to go back to his place. Luckily, my roommate called to check up on me, and it also happened that he was stranded because his car was broken down. So I told Craig that I would take my friend back home before heading over to his place. Well, by the time I picked up my friend, Craig was no longer answering his phone nor texts. When he finally answered, he accused me of making up some excuse so I wouldn't have to go back to his place with him, and he was basically very angry and annoyed despite our great conversation earlier. I was a bit bummed, but basically didn't think of him again until years later, when my old roommate sent me a news article about Craig. Apparently, he had been running sex trafficking rings using underage boys that he would lure through his good looks / promises. I can only imagine what would have happened to me if I'd have gone back to his trailer with him that day. That article gave me chills, and I feel so lucky to be alive right now and to still have my freedom. I always seem to run into crazy people on the road. With so many drivers, I'm sure it's unavoidable. But this man took the cake. It happened a few years ago, but it stands out in my mind because of how terrifying it was. There is an intersection that was near where I worked that you could get stuck at if you stayed in the left-hand lane. The left lane would split into a third left-only lane, which would back up the left lane because the light wouldn't turn green until after the lights to go straight. I always avoided staying in the left lane, so I wouldn't get stuck there. One day, whilst waiting at the lights, there was a man in the car right next to me. Our cars were perfectly side by side, with the front windows lined up. The light turned green, and my lane started to move, but due to the backed up lane turn, his stood still. I guessed he realized he wouldn't be able to go, so he started trying to merge. But he was merging right into my car. I beeped my horn at him, just a quick little beep to let him know he was going to hit me. This caused him to gesture angrily towards me. I'm sure you know which one I'm talking about. He proceeded to then cut off the person behind me, and then follow me. We went through 2 lights with him driving right up my bumper and laying on his horn, before I got stuck at another red light. At that point, he got out of his car, ran up to my driver's side door, and started yanking on the handle, pounding on my window, and yelling at me to open the door. I am a very small woman, only 5'2", and weigh about 100 pounds. I was 22 when this happened, but I look younger than I am. Some people would say even 16. and this was a fully grown man, old enough to be my father, and didn't look to be in bad shape. This fully grown man yelling and pounding on the window of what would be to anyone appear a young girl. He was trying to open the door. I was terrified and didn't know what to do. I just stared at him in shock and started screaming, "Get away from my car, get away!" whilst quickly glancing at the light, willing it to turn green. When it finally did, I put my foot on the gas hard, pulling away as fast as I could, leaving him behind. Thankfully, there was no one in front of me to slow my escape. I looked in my rearview mirror as I drove away to see his car make a U-turn from the intersections and go back the way he came. He followed me all that way to either attack me or get me out of the car. I drove the last block to my work crying and shaking, then had to sit in the car park for a bit to get myself together before I could bring myself to unlock the doors and get out. I have no idea what that man was thinking, trying to attack a girl who looked like she could be his daughter, in broad daylight, or imagine what he would have done if my doors hadn't have been locked. I hope I never have the misfortune of running into him again. This happened a few years ago, but I've decided I can talk about it now. After moving out of my neighborhood, I realized how unnerving the experience was. A few years ago, I was living in a bit of a rundown apartment complex. The town was a very safe, everyone knows everyone type of town. But if anything bad was to happen, it would always be in my neighborhood. I also used to live alone, and for context, I am a young female. One night I was getting off at around 1 AM from my job at the animal hospital. This was a fairly normal shift for me. I'm driving my tiny compact sedan, and I pull into the cul-de-sac that leads to the entrance of my neighborhood. I see a large white suburban SUV parked in the circle. Not unusual, as that's generally where people go if they're meeting someone and don't want to go all the way into the complex. But then it started following me. The windows were tinted, so I couldn't see inside, and there were no lights in the parking lot of the complex. I pull into a spot across the street from my building, hoping and assuming that the SUV would continue to pass. The SUV stops his car parallel to mine, blocking me in. I keep the car running with the lights off and get my phone to call 911, but there was no way to get out. I had a brick wall in front of me and cars on either side, and this guy behind me. To get to my building, or anywhere I could scream for help, I would have to pass this car. I have never been this scared before. I was a sitting duck waiting for some faceless monster to emerge from the SUV and attack me. Unfortunately, the combination of the long shift and my car charger recently breaking, my phone was dead. Then I hear my dog Tito growl from the back seat. I thank my lucky stars I brought him to work with me. He was so quiet this whole time, I almost forgot he was here. So for context, my dog is a pit bull Dalmatian Jack Russell mix. He was also feral before I got him. He's small, but has a lot of muscle and extreme territorial behavior. Most people don't realize just how small he is until he's right next to them. And at this point, the SUV had blocked me in for about 5 minutes. He sits up, knowing something is wrong, and begins barking and snarling, and attacking the back window. He has an extremely loud and powerful bark, and no one has gotten out of the SUV yet, but Tito is chomping his gnashes, showing whoever was looking that he was ready to sink his teeth into them. At that point the SUV books it. It pulls a hard U-turn and drives past me. It then sits at the entrance, where it was facing before facing my car. I wait another 5 minutes, before the car turns around and drives out of the neighborhood and out of sight. I sprint to my apartment with Tito in tow, and locked the doors behind me. I didn't sleep or wink that night. I hated that neighborhood. I felt safe for the 2 years I lived there, but in hindsight I should have called the police. But I tried to convince myself that it may have been a misunderstanding. Thankfully, I live somewhere that's actually safe with my boyfriend and a very large male roommate. And Tito, of course. This happened in early 2000, when I was around 9 or 10. A large majority of my family decided to visit one of my elderly aunts in Waco, Texas. She lived in a bad part of town, but due to how my family was, it didn't bother any of us. It was around 11 p.m, and someone was in the living room singing along to the musical on the television. We were lounging around on blanket pallets in pajamas and enjoying each other's company. When I say the living room was full, it's an understatement. We were practically on top of each other, but it didn't spoil our fun. What did spoil our fun was the front door opening slowly. Everyone immediately went silent because we were not expecting anyone, and the only person with a key to my aunt's house was her son, who was out in another state on business. What I know now, as the barrel of a rifle began coming through the door with a person peering around. As soon as I saw the person's eyes, they immediately yanked the gun back and said, "Oh, I'm sorry. I have the wrong house. I'm looking for a friend." He closed the door and took off. Nobody moved, blinked, or exhaled for at least a minute. At the time, I didn't know how close my family came to death. As soon as everyone came to their senses, my elderly aunt made record time locking and bolting her door, and no one slept easily that night. My aunt never moved out the house nor neighborhood despite her son begging her and even offering to move her in with him, saying, "I'm not letting some wannabe gangster scare me out of my house. I wish I had the balls she did. So scary gangster man, let's not meet." Back in the early to mid 1980s, I had a paper route in a medium-sized southwestern Pennsylvania town. I was around 14. I was out one night collecting the subscription fees from my customers. It was winter because I remember the sky was dark, and there was a little snow on the ground. But I was usually done collecting by 6:30. That was on purpose, because the penguins usually came on around 7. It was cold, and I decided that I wanted a hot chocolate for the walk home. There was a convenience store near my paper route. Even now at night, the area is fairly busy with cross-town traffic for a dead-end southwestern Pennsylvania town. Now I headed over to the store and got myself a nice hot cup of chocolate. I paid, and I was walking out to the parking lot, and a dude in a pickup truck with a cap over the bed called me over. I figured for some logical reason that he recognized my paperboy receipt book and thought that I might know the area. My 13-year-old logic. I supposed he was going to ask me for directions. There was some traffic, and the lot was well lit, so I didn't feel any fear. I went over to the truck, and there were 3 occupants. The guy, much older than me, but not as old as my dad, and 2 cute girls who I recognized were older than me, but I don't really know how much older. Dude looks straight at me and says, "These girls want a party. Get in." That's a direct quote, and I'll never forget it. Now, I'm about 14, pimpy as hell, and I weighed about 95 pounds, soaking wet, with 20 pounds of sand in my pocket. These 2 chicks want to party with me? Sure. This shit was just screaming danger. I politely declined and started walking towards home. The dude sweetens the pot. "Hey, she really thinks you're cute, and we're having weed and beer. Just get in and let's go." I again declined politely. The whole time the girls have said nothing. I started walking up the road towards my house, and the dude pulled out of their lot and started following me in the truck. A couple of 100 feet up the road, a rail bridge with a retaining wall crossed over the road, and they were on the other end of it, so I could go through a very small wooded area into my neighborhood. I went up the embankment and started crossing the tracks. I could see down the road, and the dude was leaning out of his truck window and looking back at me. I kept walking, and I saw him pass the first turn into my neighborhood, and I was home free. My house was 3 blocks over from the bottom of the hill, and I ran like hell. I got to the 3rd block, and what comes over the crest of the hill? A pickup. It wasn't moving very quickly or anything, so I easily made it to the front porch of our duplex before it passed. I told my dad about it a couple of days later and he freaked out. For about a month, he insisted on driving me along my paper route until I was done. The first time a guy in a car pulled up alongside me and asked me if he could buy an extra paper off me, the dad pulled up and yelled at him to move along. Never saw that truck again. I'm a 27-year-old female, and I recently just moved into a nice apartment in a safe neighborhood with my 2 dogs, Charles and Wiggum. Charles is a Corgi/German Shepherd mix, and is the most loving but overly obnoxious dog, whilst Wiggum is a Lhasa Apso, who is quiet, sweet, and most definitely scared shitless of her own shadow. I'd only been in my new place for about a month, and after this experience, I highly doubt I'm going to make it here for the duration of my year-long lease. The way these apartments are set up is that each floor has its own set of doors that lead to 4 apartments, and a fire escape door that only opens from the inside. I'm on the back side of the building, which places my patio about 10 feet-ish from the fire escape stairs. I take my dogs out about 3 times a day, with midnight being the latest I will go out by myself. And every time I leave my apartment, I put the bar lock on my patio door and lock my front door without fail. About a week ago, we had a snowstorm and I had accidentally cracked part of my patio door. It was around 11 PM and I decided that since it was getting late, I should take the dogs out at night, and since they both hate snow, this would be a quick trip. I got to lock the patio door and decided against it because I'm on the 5th floor and I'm only going to be outside for a few minutes. I get the dogs ready, grab my keys and lock my door. I leave the apartment. I let them do their thing at the back of the apartment. We go and we get back in safely, or so I thought. This is where I thought I was losing my mind, but in actuality, shit was about to get real. As soon as we walk into the apartment, my dogs run over to the patio door, and I notice the door is shut and the bar is locked. I go into the kitchen to get a dog treat, and both dogs start going batshit crazy, growling at a large cedar chest in my living room. As I'm walking to see what the commotion is about, I see a pair of eyes creeping from under the chest lid. I stood there for about 5 seconds before I realized what I was seeing, and calmly walked backwards to my front door, opened it, and told my dogs that we would go outside, and they ran out, without leashes, and I immediately got them and myself in the car, locked the doors and called the police. The police showed up in less than 5 minutes, and they got up to my apartment, and after about 20 minutes, 2 officers are dragging a 40-ish-year-old guy out the building in cuffs, and the plot thickens. The dude had been watching me since I moved in, and had been stalking out my place, waiting for an opportunity to get inside because he knew I lived alone. If that's not creepy enough already, he had a fanny pack since it was still 1990, and had a pocket knife, needles, ketamine, and a picture from me the day I moved in. And his plan was to sneak in through my patio door, wait for me to fall asleep, and do God knows what to me. Needless to say, I didn't sleep for days because I thought he would be back. Luckily, he's still in jail. But those eyes I will never forget. This incident took place when I was around 6 years old. I lived in a decent neighborhood. We did have the occasional creepy person that would walk or bike by. We also had some apartment buildings where the people living there were heavy into drugs, but didn't bother anyone. They were nice people to talk to, and frequently mentioned that they were into that stuff. They never bothered me, so I didn't care. The house I lived in at that point was a very decent size. My dad also built a garage, a huge garage. Now this is where the things happened. This garage was huge and it had enough space for 3 vehicles and rafters on the ceiling for storage and seasonal stuff. This took place in December. I live in Atlantic Canada, and in Atlantic Canada, we get some pretty nasty snowstorms and blizzards. On a day in December, I was being a little kid in the snow, and my dad was working the garage on his car project. He had gotten thirsty and went in the house to get a drink. He came back out and asked if I had gone into the garage. I asked why, and he said that there were footprints in the snow leading into the garage, and that he didn't think that they were his. I said no, and we both thought nothing of it. That evening, my dad and I went to bed early. She came home late and saw that some of my toys that were in the rafters stored away were on the garage floor. She thought nothing of it, moved them and parked the vehicle in the garage, closed the door, went into the house, saw some TV and went to sleep. Now, my dad wakes up every day at 4 a.m. to be at work for 5. The garage door was opened when my dad was awake, so naturally he was angry. Everyone woke up and goes to the garage, comes back in, and is freaking out. There is a lot of very expensive equipment missing. We called the cops. The lights outside were flicked on, and we saw those same mysterious footprints leading to the garage earlier, in the backyard, and in the forestry behind my house. The cops searched the garage, and my mum brought up that the toys had fallen from the rafters. The cops asked to borrow a ladder and went back up to check. They found a gun, a meat cleaver, and 3 condoms, 2 of which were used. I did not sleep for a week. I was terrified. They caught the guy 2 weeks later trying to sell all of my dad's equipment at a pawn shop. He confessed to everything. He said he broke into other houses on the street, and he also stated he watched our house for a whole month to learn all of our routines so he wouldn't get caught. And he had all those weapons in case he did get caught in the act. He is currently serving a 15-year prison sentence, and I don't want to know what would have happened to my mum or dad or me had we caught him.